first just want to say good morning. My name is Kaylani Scott. I'm the communications manager for the Nez Perce Tribe. It's such a joy to see everybody here. I think for a lot of us, this is our first kind of social outing and coming together. And it feels so strange at times, but it feels so good to see people's faces in person, actually see smiles. So I thank you all for making the trek. I know there was a short turnaround to being here, but we know that this is important and critical, and that's why you are all here. So thank you. I also just want to take a moment to thank the Squaxin Island Nation for hosting us and being so gracious and welcoming our people and our different nations coming to this area. And also the staff. They've done an excellent job in working with us, pulling this together and making it happen. So thank you. Up next, I would like to ask Chairman Chris Peters from Squaxin Island Tribe to come forward and provide us with a welcome.
He's quote, Twal Gualapu, T. D. said, Siaya, Klabish, Titsta, Klabish, Titsta, Klabish, Titsta, Squaxidubsched. To all of you, my friends, family, relations, welcome. My indigenous name is Klabish, and it was named after my great-great-grandfather, and it's something I carry with me. It's honorable. I carry with me every day. And I am Squaxin. My Anglo-American name is Chris Peters, and I have the honor of serving my people as their tribal chair. We welcome you to our traditional lands. We call ourselves the people of the water. Our traditional lands, before being placed on an island for a short time, spread across multiple inlets of the South Salish Sea, including where you're currently sitting here today. As you're driving in, maybe from the Olympia, Seattle area, the last inlet you passed there is what we call Totten Inlet. And along the shores of Totten Inlet and in this valley here that we call Camilchi Valley lived a people. And those people were known as the Tepixen band of people. And the Tepixen were one of 7 bands that now make up the Squaxin Island tribe. The Tepixen people, we honor those individuals that lived here and all the Squaxins who stewarded these lands since time immemorial. And today, we as Squaxin honor our ancestors by living within the 7 generations mindset. We still take pride in being stewards of the environment, the air, the waterways. We respect and honor our animal friends, and we sustain a way of life for future generations and our children. And we are gracious, and we walk with gratitude in everything we do. That's how we honor our ancestors and our future generations and living in that 7 generations mindset. Over the last 150 to 200 plus years, there's been a societal, systematic degradation of our environment. I don't think I need to tell you guys that. It's obvious. And the way we're headed, this is leading to the eventual extinction of our salmon, our sacred salmon. And a holistic approach must be taken to turn that tide. And we can't wait any longer. We have to take action now. We have to keep this fight against climate change. We have to control emissions and pollution. We have to protect our waterways, our rivers, our stream, and our precious riparian zones. We have to protect our estuaries, including restoring many of our estuaries back to their natural habitat. And of course, the dams. One of the single most destructive things society has done to destroy our natural habitat and kill our salmon. And for what? Human gain, capitalist growth, human creature comfort, selfishness. We as indigenous people have lived as a collective with our environment for thousands of years, and now society has been destroying it. And it's time to take action and make change. And the time is now. We as Indigenous brothers and sisters have the voice and the power as a collective to bring this change forward and see it through. My hands go up to every single one of you for being here today, holding this summit. And as I said before, we, the people of the water, are honored that you are all here and for such an important, noble event. Have a great summit and welcome to Squaxin. My hands go up to every single one of you. Thank you. Hey, Shabbat.
Thank you. We'd now like to provide an opportunity for Vice Chairman Shannon Wheeler from Nez Perce Tribe to come forward and give you some welcoming comments.
Tatsmewi, Oikolohim Yuma, Enam Waswanik, Titoka Tim, Tawia, Oktpu. My name is Shannon Wheeler. I have the privilege to serve as the Vice Chairman for the Nez Perce Tribe. And this is a great opportunity for us to come before you today to speak the truth. And it's what the proposal that Congressman Simpson has brought forward is addressing the truths to the problems that we all face. And that has been a bold, brave move by Congressman Simpson to come forward the way that he did in a comprehensive fashion to address a lot of issues that are tied to the water, that are tied to the salmon. And one thing that we have found out through this process is that not only the Snake River and the Columbia Basin tribes are facing this issue, but the Salish Sea tribes as well are facing the same similar issues here in this part of the country in the Pacific Northwest. And that's why the Salmon Orca Summit has been brought to Squaxin Island, and we thank Chairman Peters and the Squaxin Island tribe for hosting us here on their Picawatis Poom, or your Kihata'awatis, Squaxin, the sacred land of the Squaxin people. It's just a great opportunity for us to share our stories with one another. As we do continue to share our stories with one another, that we see the common thread between each of our tribes that we all face. You know, I mean, we can go back many years, pre-1855, when a lot of us signed our treaties. I know Medicine Creek Treaty was signed then, and many other treaties over here, as well as the treaties in the Columbia Basin were signed. There's also, the obligation that Congressman Simpson knows that that the United States government has to the tribes. But if you look at anything pre-1855, the wealth of the Pacific Northwest was recognized by Lewis and Clark when they first came out in the Corps of Discovery expedition. And what they found was a great wealth of timber, a great wealth of roots and berries, and a lot of indigenous people out here that were doing very well, and there was a great wealth of salmon. And that's really, in our creation story, the salmon gave himself to us in the beginning because he knew that we would need that help. And in a pragmatic point of view for today, why we look at that, we can say that salmon was already given himself to the Pacific Northwest because of all the nutrients that were delivered by the salmon from the ocean to the mountaintops. And that's what Lewis and Clark seen. And so many times the tribes have bargained for a way of life and had given up much land for the westward movement and the strength and economics of this country today was built on the Pacific Northwest. But at the same time, in that growth, something happened, and decimation of salmon happened. And so, as we feel the first effects of not a lot of salmon being in our diets, in our waters, there's also the effect that it's having on the landscape, the long-term effects. So as we continue to fight for what we bargained for, or if you're an executive order tribe, what the trust responsibilities that the federal government has to us, Congressman Simpson has brought that forward from a perspective of a congressional action that for dam breaching, it takes a congressional action. For appropriations, it takes a congressional action. For a treaty with the tribes, that trust responsibility, that's a United States issue that Congress and the administration need to have that action, have that relationship with sovereign governments. And that's what the proposal brings forward. And as we look, we'd just like to, as I say that, I'd like to thank Mitch Silvers on the left over there. That's Senator Crapo's staff, and Sean Bills is Senator Cantwell staff, or Senator Murray, sorry, excuse me, Sean. But that is, who needs to take action. And I know, that we've heard many times of the four-state process, the four governors of Idaho, Washington, Oregon, and Montana to look at this issue. But for us at Nez Perce, that we understand that that's really a step backwards for us. That may be a tool in a full proposal for in Congressman Simpson's proposal to be able to use that as a tool. But the trust responsibility doesn't fall within the governors. It falls within the congressional leaders like Congressman Simpson and the administration. So that's what we're thankful for, that Congressman Simpson and the bold and bravery that he has come forward to solve a problem. And not only solve a problem for salmon, but solve the problems for agriculture, for energy, for recreation, for tourism, for all these other areas of concern that are out there, and to really build a stronger, better Pacific Northwest that puts us in the lead in the world. And if we don't take those steps and those now, we're already falling behind. I mean, you look at other nations that are out there in energy, renewable energies. We're falling behind them. There's just in agriculture practices, and we're continuing to fall behind. And this proposal solves a problem with salmon, but it also moves the United States ahead in those areas and moving us into the future. So I'd just like to, at this time, applaud Congressman Simpson for his bravery and for such a comprehensive proposal to bring forward. So if we get a round of applause for Congressman Simpson. So we'd also like to thank the tribal leaders that are here and also on Zoom. I don't know exactly. I know we have quite a large number of people that are on virtual right now, but it is, as Kaylani Scott had mentioned, that it's good to see your faces, smiling faces, and be here in person. I know we've all been hoping and waiting for this day so we could get back into these meetings. A lot of times things don't happen the way they do in virtual meetings as they do in person, where you can get a lot of those creative juices actually working and those expressions to one another at that personal level. So we'd just like to thank everybody for being here and hope that we have a very productive 2 days here at the Salmon Orca Summit. And with that, I will turn it over to Kaylani Scott. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to give you a little rundown of how today's going to work, today is the opportunity for our tribal leaders to provide their testimony as to why the salmon and orca are so critical and important to them and their culture. This is a historic moment, as we've had several tribal nations gather together here. It doesn't happen often, and it is challenging to coordinate. When I first learned about Simpson's proposal, I was told something big's coming, just wait. And so that's what I did. And then when it did come out, we just hit the ground running. So trying to coordinate and pull everybody in has definitely been a challenge, but I am so grateful that we're here today and get to share in this moment together. So we will have representatives from each tribe here today coming forward to provide their testimony. And I just want you to keep in mind as these individuals come forward, it's not one voice that they're speaking for, but thousands. Not only are they representing themselves, but their tribal nations and those that cannot speak, which is why we're here. The salmon and the orca, though they cannot be here, we're speaking for them because we do hear them, and we're hoping everybody else can hear them too. So with that, I'd first like to welcome up the Confederated Tribes of Umatilla Reservation Vice Chairman Jeremy Wolf to kick off our tribal leader testimonies.
Nobody told me I was first. It's fine. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jeremy Wolf. My Indian name is Khatsil Ilpilp. Appreciate all of you guys being here today on this important day. As it's been said before, every day is an important day for us. We look forward to carrying on the things that our ancestors have provided for us, and so we can do the same for those who come after us. With this, we have a statement that we've worked on with our staff, our leadership, and our committees and commissions that are appropriate to address the situation. And I think that's a big part of what we're trying to accomplish here as well, is making sure that we're all involved internally as well as externally, working with other tribes, working with other NGOs, working with leadership in D.C. And within the states as well. So appreciate that, and with that, I'll read our statement. For thousands of years, salmon thrived in the Columbia Basin. We had plenty of salmon to sustain us and plenty more to trade with others from far away. Salmon have been a source of sustenance, a gift of religion, and a foundation of culture for our people since time immemorial. Their existence is vital and linked to ours. We can save salmon and make the economy of the Pacific Northwest even stronger at the same time. We must implement plans which meet not only our needs, but the needs of our grandchildren and their grandchildren, and all residents of the Pacific Northwest, Indian and non-Indian. In 1995, the Board of Trustees of the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation adopted the Columbia Basin Salmon Policy. Among other things, that policy provides that, quote, we support the staged strategic modification or removal of dams, such as the lower 4 Snake River dams, coincident with development of a new energy plan for the region and implementation of aggressive energy conservation programs, end quote. That policy is still vital today. Last year, the Board of Trustees reaffirmed its commitment to study the best path forward for dam breaching, both by motion in March and again by resolution in October. That October 2020 resolution, number 20-096, directed the C2IR to develop tools that will help inform policy decisions on salmon going into the future, including, quote, a regional energy plan to provide solutions that include Snake River Dam breaching and/or alterations coincident with the development of other energy and transportation sources, end quote. On April 14th and 15th of this year, a majority of the Columbia Basin tribes met in Mission, Oregon to discuss salmon, sturgeon, lamprey, and other aquatic resources of our basin, and what was needed to recover and sustain these critical first foods. We also discussed what was needed to sustain the other sectors that depend on the Columbia River: the agriculture, transportation, energy, recreation, and commerce interests. A majority of these tribes agreed on 6 principles going forward. These principles were included in the AT&I Resolution 2021-23. We stand behind these principles. We will read them here as the C2R believes they provide the best path forward for collaboration to restore and sustain our Columbia River salmon and their ecosystem, and ensure all sectors that depend on the Nchiwana not only survive, but also and thrive for future generations. The 6 principles are: 1, the true wealth of our region begins with the health of our rivers, fish, and ecosystem they support, which is our culture, history, and future. 2, agriculture is an important part of our region's economy. 3, affordable and reliable power is important to regional families and business, tribal and non-tribal. 4, providing legal certainty for the vast majority of federal dams in the Columbia Snake River basins is a necessary element of lasting solution. 5, a significant federal infrastructure investment in alternative energy and transportation provides a unique opportunity to restore salmon while keeping power affordable and maintaining agricultural commerce. 6, a comprehensive legislative solution is preferable to all other avenues and is urgently needed. We as Indian people cannot succeed alone. Here we accomplish these goals is a function of our understanding and addressing the needs of all people in the basin, Indian and non-Indian alike. Once again, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
I'd next like to ask Devin Boyer, Chairman for the Shoshone Bannock Tribe, to come forward and provide his testimony.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the tribes for allowing us to be here today. My name is Devin Boyer. I'm the chairman of the Shoshone Bannock Tribes. We're here today to look at opportunities and abilities. In the end, it creates unity. We're also here today to express ourselves and how important our finned ones are to us. The orca, the salmon, and all fish. Everything that lives in all waters. Those are the veins of our Mother Earth below us. We're all connected in the universe above us. All our directions. All the things that we need to keep pure. All the things that we need to keep plentiful. That consists of a lot of things in this world that we currently live in. And go back a little bit. My grandfather before me, tribal leader, Shoshone Bannock Tribes. His daughter, my mother before me, one of the council members of the tribe, and also my uncle, also one of the council members of the tribe. So I'm third generation tribal leader. And on my birth certificate, it says Devin Owl Boyer. In our language, that's Munavich. It means messenger of death. I asked my grandfather why that was put on my birth certificate. He said, because that's what you are. Your time will come. In your time, you'll need to know this message. We're at that time now. The message is without our finned ones, we're looking at death. So we have to take care of things. We have to start over. We have to be resilient. We have to recover. We have to move forward. Every decision made is for our future. So having that said, that's why we're here today amongst all these tribal leaders to support Mr. Simpson's initiative, to combine all the things that he has to say and others have to say to unite for the future. It's imperative. Because we're all connected, regardless of what color we are in this world, we have to unite, or we look at death. That is not a future we need to look at. We need to look at being positive. We need to look at moving forward, reconstructing, and changing the way that we currently live in order to survive. That's what's imperative. That's the message for today. Having that said, part of the testimony is our people were named after the salmon, Agaidika. That's where we're from. That blood vein, the waters of our earth, carries those finned ones. In the beginning, in just one of our creation stories, the salmon were numerous. And each stream and each river, you could see their backs. You could cross on top of them to get to the other side. They used to bump into each other and bump off the sides of all the rivers and creeks. And because they were doing that, one of our majestic animals, the elk, was watching them one day and seeing how they were being damaged and hurt because they're bumping off the sides of rocks and the sides of the banks. So the elk asked them for an exchange because the salmon had ivory teeth in the beginning, the 2 teeth that the elk currently have. So they asked for that exchange for their muscle from the elk, their strength, so that they wouldn't get damaged. And so they changed. They gave the elk the teeth, and they gave the salmon the muscle. That's just one of our creation stories. There's many more. But having that said, one of the other creation stories is we have to speak for our finned ones, our 4-legged, our winged ones, the ones that crawl. The ones we can't see are protectors. In order for human beings to exist as tribal people at that time, we had to exchange. So those animals gave us that speech so that we could speak for them today. They also knew that this time would come. So in order to be that, in order to be the protectors of all of these living things in the veins of our earth, we're all gathered here today. Now, because of the extinction levels of our finned ones, we need to meet with leadership, such as Mr. Simpson and our new administration, in order to change, in order to look at what's available as far as energy, so that we can get away from the dams. Now, there's numerous videos out there, different tribes, different peoples across this world, where they've already done that because they knew that extinction level was coming. And they're succeeding. We have to change in order to do that same success. Now, what that means is we're speaking for the future. All of our grandchildren and all of those generations that are yet to come. We have to speak for them, make decisions now in order for that survival to be met. every renewable energy that currently exists and is changing for something better is where we need to be in order to take care of the climate change that we're facing now in this world. So it's imperative that we unite. It's imperative that we move forward. And that means change. Now, change is always hard and always tough, but we're talking about survival. So we must. So in order to reorganize, in order for our rivers and our waters and our oceans to exist clean and plentiful, means we have to change. We're ready to do that today at Shoshone Bannock Tribes. And we're hoping that the message is sent to everyone, not just tribal leaders or other tribes, but the entire world. We must change. We can do it. We've seen it in the past if we learn from our history. We all can survive, but we have to go through that change in order to do that. At Shoshone Bannock Tribes, we're going to ask Mr. Simpson, Congress, and others in leadership and administration for close to $1 billion in order to do that. Because the funds have to be made available in order to change. Now that consists of a lot of things. Technologies in solar, technologies in wind, technologies in other things to create energy, to replace that energy that we're currently using as far as dams, hydropower consists of. So we have to do these kind of things. But that means we need more than just a voice. That means we need the vote. We need that power to express ourselves and to carry on for this world. We all know it as tribal people. The rest of the world needs to know it as well. So that's why we're here today, to give you that message, to give you that knowledge and to where we need to be in order to survive in this world. So we truly thank Mr. Simpson and all the things that he's done. He's born and raised in the Blackfoot area, which is our homeland as well. So he knows where we're coming from. But the rest of the world needs to know it as well. So I thank each and all of you for being here today. I thank each and all of you for expressing yourselves and your testimony. I'd like to thank all the drummers and the singers this morning for bringing in the heartbeat. That's imperative for everything that we do in the future. Thank you again.
Next, I would like to ask Leonard Forsman, Chairman of the Squaxin Tribe, to come forward and provide his testimony.
Actually, looked on the agenda and I was on for tomorrow, so I was unprepared. But you got to be ready anytime, right, Congressman? You never know when you're going to get called on. And I'd like to thank all the previous speakers for their good words, and all the people that came in person and the people virtually that are attending as well. I'm Leonard Forsman. My ancestral name is Gui, and I'm chairman of the Squaxin Tribe and also president of affiliated tribes in Northwest Indians. And Terry Parr is here as well, our executive director. And Joel Moffett, our natural resources lead. Appreciate the work he's done with Shannon and the rest to put this summit together. And salmon is, of course, the one unifying, well, one of many, but one of the major unifying factor between the tribes of the Pacific Northwest. The salmon are very hardy and strong species, and has sustained our people for thousands of years. And their hardiness, of course, brings them way up into the inside of the Pacific Northwest. So not only out on the coast, but in the Salish Sea and on the rivers of the Sound, and also on the Columbia River system as well. And we're a permanent and sustainable and dependable source of food for our people. And not only that, a important part of our way of life and supporting our ceremonies. And many of us in this room were raised on salmon, both for food and also for trade. And, also a lot of politics around salmon that brought us together to allow us to not only fight for an opportunity to harvest, but also to manage. And the Bolt decision in 1974, affirmed by the Supreme Court in '79, really acknowledged the tribes as sovereign governments in an appropriate way. So not only were we fighting for the salmon and the habitat, we were also fighting for our right to govern our way of life and to have meetings like this where the United States Congress and the states and local governments are all engaged with us in trying to reach these sometimes common goals. I think that pathways to reaching the goals that we have restoring salmon are diverse, but I think that what we're hearing is not working. So we need to get together and make some bold actions. I've been chairman since 2005, and as Squamish, I was on council for 15 years prior to that, so I've been at this for a while. And then in 2017, I had the honor of becoming the president of the Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians, and we've been working really hard on a lot of natural resource issues, and that takes up a lot of my time. I know it takes up a lot of your time because that's where the heart of our culture and our identity is. So I've taken on a lot of those activities in support of preserving our habitat, and that starts at the local level, as many of you are engaged in the local level with your counties and your cities and with your own people, and trying to understand the importance of having a sustainable way of life that not only supports us but also balances our need to preserve habitat for our natural resources that are, our brothers and sisters, whether it be deer and elk, salmon, clams, crab, eels, all those different things that the Creator put on this earth, and we all have our oral history that tells about how those things were created. And all of these stories are somewhat common in the fact that most everything, like previous leaders said, has a human aspect to it. So we aren't any different. And we need to remember that as we move forward, that like Billy Frank, who was very often in this room, and we honored his life in this room, said that, if the salmon go, we're not too far behind. So I think that we're all united in that. It's just finding a way that we can all unite behind. One of the things I did a couple years ago is I was on the Orca Southern Resident Killer Whale Task Force. I was appointed by the governor. I was one of many people appointed by the governor to be on that task force. And it brought a diverse group of people, not only from government, but also from nonprofits and local businesses and ports and a lot of different interests across the political landscape of the Northwest, and primarily Washington, of course. So we had whale watchers and whale researchers, and we had some tribal leaders. We had all the state and federal agencies you could think of. We had non-Indian commercial fishermen. We had the Association of Washington Business. We had a lot of people there. And the So the theme became that we had three primary things that science told us was that the orcas need. First, they need food. So they can't survive without food first, because the reason the toxics are impacting their childbirth and their overall health is because they get thin, and as they get thin, the toxics that they retain in their fat are more deliverable or transferable to their organs and makes them sick. And then that also leads to losing their young. So, and then the third thing, so the first thing was food, second thing was toxics, and the third thing was vessel traffic. So those are the three things we focused on, and how do we address all those things? So, I think that when we studied the alternatives, different alternatives and different pathways, and the Snake River Dam removal was one of those alternatives. It was pretty controversial to be included on the agenda, and we had a lot of discussions about that. And there was definitely lines drawn, a lot of testimony about that we heard, both for saving the dams and what they do provide, and a lot of alternative perspectives on why they could be removed without a whole lot of impact on the economies affected. So I learned a whole lot about the issue then, and since then we've had a great unification of the tribal leaders in this room and around the Northwest and on the Columbia River about the challenge ahead, and it's very, very time sensitive because of the extinction issue, which we're going to hear about more later. But unfortunately, Congress isn't always super time sensitive. No offense, Congressman, but we appreciate your boldness to take your plan forward. But so that's one of the big challenges we have, and I know that we're here to kind of unite around salmon as affiliated tribes and Northwest Indians. We want to unite around salmon and kind of create a whole ecosystem that includes the Columbia, the coast, and the Salish Sea. And so, as you know, that can be a challenge somewhat politically because there's different solutions in different places, but we all are united by the fact that we're not fishing we're barely fishing anymore, if at all. And so if we can work together, and I've talked to Shannon a lot about this, and he's been great. He's just been just very determined. I don't know if anybody noticed that about Shannon, but he's very determined. And I've told him every reason why I just told him every obstacle that we're up against. And he says, "Oh, well, we can deal with that. We can deal with that." So they're still there. It's a challenge politically, and we got to keep pushing this though, and because we don't have any time. We have very little time here, and we do have the issue of this being these dams being in Washington. So we need the Washington delegation to get engaged, and they're here to listen. And then we got to make sure that we keep salmon recovery in all. And Shannon has said this. He says we want to bring everybody in. We want more funding for everybody. As we move forward. So that's a challenge, but I don't think we should be divided by that. It takes a little time for us because we both have our different political relationships, and we need to educate our congressional delegations about how this is important to all the Pacific Northwest tribes, just like we have challenges here in the Salish Sea with culverts, with loss of habitat, the riparian buffers that need to be preserved, and also we have issues with marine mammals, also being predators. So there's all these different obstacles there. So we have to remember how important that this is to the entire ecosystem, and including the southern rose and Keller whales who feed on these king salmon. They love king salmon, and can't blame them for loving king salmon. We wish they sometimes would eat some of the sea mammals like their cousins to the north do, but they don't really have a really strong desire to eat seals. So that's something we might have to train them to do. Just kidding. But anyway, they do love Chinook salmon, so they look for them, and they go to the mouth of the river, Columbia River, as I understand, every year to look for them. So if we can bring more fish into the system by creating better habitat, we may have to, in short-term investment hatcheries, until we get the wild runs restored. We're going to have to do a little of both, and I think they can coexist. Another obstacle that we face. So, we at Suquamish, we're primarily a lot of the small streams that we try to maintain. We do have one wild run of chum salmon left that we're trying to restore. There were 3 big culverts on that stream. The first one was the Kitty Hawk culvert at the mouth, and it just served about 10 houses on the other side of the creek. We were able just to remove that culvert. We didn't have to replace it with a bridge or anything. And then above Highway 3, the big highway between Paul's Bow and Silverdale, there's a big culvert there, really, really long culvert, blocking culvert there. And then above that, there's what they call Golf Club Hill Road, and that one's out, and there's a new bridge there, almost done. That one's almost done. And then now the state is going to put a bridge where SR3 is. So that's going to be a big project as well. So we're hoping that we can keep that wild chum salmon runs relevant, but we haven't fished on that for years. One year, the orcas came into the Dyes Inlet, you may remember, and they feasted on those chum salmon for about a month. So they were all over in the bay there. They haven't been back since, so the numbers have been obviously dwindling. But we had the Old Man House was our primary village at Suquamish, and we had a village there, a big village there where Chief Seattle and Chief Kitsap lived. And when the state established a state park there back in the 1950s to save some remnant of the archaeological site that was associated with that winter house, we for years were trying to get that back into tribal ownership, and finally did that in 2005, where we were able to get the park transferred into tribal ownership. So Old Man House State Park became Old Man House Park. So we were really happy about that, and as a result of that, we got the artifacts from all the archaeological excavations. There had been like 4 or 5 excavations, came back to us since we were the owners of the land now. Those artifacts were transferred back to us. And so when they were, the day that they were returning to, from the Burke Museum to the Suquamish Museum, they were all on the ferry in these vans. The Burke Museum vans were there, and King 5 was there to cover the transfer of the artifacts. And we had some visitors from the Philippines, from the island of Palawan there to witness that, who were on a cultural exchange with us. And I was up at West Point where I had dug an archaeological site in 1992 when we were doing some work on working with an ancestor up there. And so I had to get back home to be there for the transfer, and happened to get on the same ferry as the artifacts were. And then the skipper on the ferry got on the public address system and said, "This for your information, there's some orca whales on the port side of the ferry." And so I went down to the car deck and I said, "Oh, the artifacts are here." And, "Oh, wow, the whales are here." and we're all going home together. So big cultural statement to us is about 2013 that occurred. That we were very proud of the fact that southern resident killer whales came out, and we're honoring the fact that our culture was being restored and our culture is resurging. And they're looking for the same thing that we are looking for, and that's more food, less toxics, less vessel traffic, so that we can all harvest in unison. So I'd just like to thank you for this opportunity for us to be together and get creative on how we address this and the many other issues we face here in the Northwestern Salmon Recovery. Ahoy's Chet, I'm finished.
Apologies to those on Zoom. Not quite sure what's going on, but we got you back on. You can hear, you can see. Sorry about that. Hopefully it wasn't too long. So we're going to move right along. And up next, I would like to ask for a representative from the Coeur d'Alene Tribal Council to come forward. Following Coeur d'Alene, we'll have Nisqually on deck. Just to note, we do have over 80 participants on our Zoom right now, including at least 7 congressional districts listening in. And we are also on the Nez Perce Tribe's Facebook Live, and we have, I believe, close to 80 folks there too. Feel free to share that link if you do have your Facebook pages available, and hopefully won't have any more glitches.
Hello, my name is Hemi James, and I'm here representing not only the Coeur d'Alene people, but my country, my land, my water, and all the relatives that share that homeland with me. I'd like to thank the he got up, but thanks to our hosts, Squaxin Island Nation. Beautiful facility, beautiful country. Always nice to be on this side of the mountains and smell that fresh air, and beautiful golf course. I donated many balls yesterday out on to the land, more than I wanted to, but thank you for having us here from all of the representatives here at the Coeur d'Alene. I got the unique perspective to share with you all what we're here to talk about, and that's the worried and the urgency to keep the salmon runs that are currently still available in this great land of ours. My people have been without salmon for nearly a century. So you guys wanted an example of what you're trying to stop from happening. Here we are. This is what happens when the salmon are gone. Not only the substance of eating it, not only the songs and the cultural aspects of it, but the very essence of our being is the salmon. All of us, that's what we share. To those here, those on Zoom. And when that gets taken, the people can never be whole again until those salmon are returned, until those salmon are the essential primary focus of our beings. And my people are relegated to getting fish out of the back of a truck. We have to look at our neighbors when they have excess fish given to us. From all, you look at historical pictures of the Indians standing in line to get their rations. That's what my people are relegated to. Waiting for our neighbors to give us 50, 100, 200 fish that we can get out of the back of a truck. So you all that have salmon, you should be freaking out, and excuse my language, you should be downright crapping your pants because you don't want to end up like us. So it's good, and I think Shannon, he's been pushing this and getting us all together over the last year or so. to get this subject out to the rest of the world, that they can understand our peril, that we ain't looking for tourism, we ain't looking to make extra money. We're trying to hang on to that little bit of our lives that still exist. What our ancestors sacrificed so much for, this little window and little piece of our traditional way of life. So I applaud Congressman Simpson for getting this conversation started. We come together as Indian nations, and gosh, there's just so much infighting. we try to get the unified front going out, but there's so much I heard it said by a number of leaders today, political perspectives and different rights. But we have to look at this issue not as civil rights, not as human rights, not as treaty rights, not as executive order rights. We have to look at this as natural rights. The right to exist. And we've heard many leaders today talk about creation stories. We all have it in each one of our nations, where when the humans were put here, the animals had a talk, and we got to take care of this feeble being that is the humans, because he can't take care of himself. So they gave themselves for us. And here in the Northwest, that salmon was that central being. I'll make the sacrifice so that this feeble being can make it. Now it's our opportunity to sit here amongst ourselves and sacrifice our own political views, our own strong feelings, to sacrifice of ourselves so that that salmon can exist. It's our turn to hold up that part of the bargain, that natural order, that natural right to exist. So I hope that to the nations sitting here, the nations listening, that we can put all that selfishness aside. I'm guilty of it myself. What are we going to get out of it? What's the Coeur d'Alene tribe going to get out of it? What's Hemi going to get out of it? We have to take that selfishness out. Take whether you're a treaty tribe, executive order tribe, whether you're not even federally recognized, whether you're a dang Alaskan corporation. We're all indigenous. We all have that right to exist. We all need to make that sacrifice. Somewhere in this colonial mind frame, we've thought of ourselves as overseeing the natural world. We've come to that arrogance that is today's man of the land is here for us to use. No, we're just a piece of it. It don't matter what the federal government document was signed. It don't matter whether you made an agreement or whether they made the agreement and gave it to you. Whether you had to form a corporation to be recognized by the federal government. We're all indigenous people. And it's going to take the sacrifice of each one of our individual nations to ensure that the salmon exists. Because without the salmon, let me tell you, it's a pretty lonely world. Not just for us, the human existence of the human beings in my country, but the waters, they're not whole. The riparian zones, they're not whole. The birds that fly that used to feed on the fish, they're not whole, and they never will be until those salmon are returned. So we have to look at not only opening up certain veins of the water system, we have to look at opening up that entire Columbia River. We have thousands of miles of habitat all the way up into Canada that could rear hundreds of thousands of fish, even in today's contemporary polluted system. If we were to open that up, that's truly when this great area of ours will be whole. Then our land will have the opportunity to survive. My people fish as far down as Slalom up to Kettle Falls. We followed the fish. Our main fishing place was the Spokane Falls, right downtown Spokane. Some of the biggest fish that would return in the entire world, right in our backyard. It's been nearly a century since a fish came up there. So I appreciate all the words that we've heard today, all the words that are going to be said. But you, those nations out there that have the fish, I can tell you, you don't want to be where we're at. You better step up. We all better step up, and we better take our personal agendas out of everything. We better take our personal stake out of everything, and we better do what's right and accept personal responsibility for ensuring that the salmon has its right to live. And I hope by Congressman Simpson starting this conversation, and it's a hell of a conversation to start up. It's been talked about in the back room for a long time, longer than I've been walking the face of this earth. But I applaud him for throwing it out to the rest of the world, out in the open. It takes a lot of heart, excuse the language, but a lot of stones to bring that up. And I don't think that there's a nation in here that wouldn't support any aspect of speaking dam removal. My nation doesn't oppose anything in regards to opening the waterways up. The day is going to come where the conversation has to happen, though, of opening that entire system, open the entire Columbia River. Because we have nations, First Nations up north that are in the same boat I am, haven't had salmon in a century. And if we truly want to set this course down and set this land to heal, eventually that conversation is going to have to happen. So I appreciate everyone listening to me. Sorry if I got a little long-winded there, but it hurts my heart to sit and talk in front of other people and express the hurt and the pain that is not only my people, but my country, my land. And I would not wish that on my worst enemy, let alone my indigenous relatives. So I hope this momentum carries forth and keeps on going. And whatever my nation can do to set this road on, we're prepared to do it. Thank you very much.
Now, I said we had Nisqually on deck, but I hear they're going to be here tomorrow. So, Yakima Nation, do you have a representative here that would like to give your testimony? Coming forward, we have their Vice Chairman, Virgil Lewis.
Shukmaisky. My name is Sluskum. My English name is Virgil Lewis Sr. I am a member of the Yakima Nation. I am the Vice Chairman for the Yakima Nation Tribal Council. And I am a lifetime fisherman on the Columbia River and the Yakima River. This is Yakima Nation's testimonial. The Yakima Nation is a sovereign, federal recognized nation pursuant to its inherent sovereignty and rights reserved in the Treaty of 1855. Since time immemorial, the salmon have faithfully returned to the Columbia River, which we call Nichiwana. and sustain the native people of this region. Our history, culture, and our lives are intertwined with the life and health of the salmon, the Columbia River and its tributaries, and the natural and cultural resources that they sustain. In our longhouse feasts, we sit at the ceremonial table waiting for the water to be poured. Next, the salmon is placed on the table, followed by the deer, roots, and berries. We complete the meal with water. We are taught this order and that water is the lifeblood of our existence. The relationship between the people and the salmon in the Columbia River Basin is the foundation of time-honored laws of the Yakama Nation. The Yakama Nation accepts responsibility as a steward of the salmon in the Columbia River. As a co-manager of the Columbia Basin Fisheries Resources, the Yakama Nation has dedicated itself to protecting and restoring fish stocks and habitat throughout the Columbia and Snake River basins. For Yakama Nation, protecting its natural resources is not an optional act of environmental advocacy, but an essential act of tribal self-preservation. The time for action is now. If we do nothing while temperature rise in our rivers and the ocean becomes more hostile to our anadromous fish species, we will face extinction for our fisheries and all those other species like orcas that rely on them. This is cultural damage that we could never repair for our native nations and for all citizens throughout the Pacific Northwest. Now, that is a statement that was submitted on behalf of Yakama Nation. I would also like to point out that Yakama Nation supports a comprehensive legislative solution that includes critical elements for salmon protection and recovery, including immediate significant funding increases, putting the sovereign fishery co-managers in control of mitigation and restoration efforts, near-term dam removal, and solutions for preserving the strong Pacific Northwest economies and communities. Our people are salmon people, but we are also citizens of the Pacific Northwest who, like our neighbors, depend on having affordable power and strong agricultural economy. We want solutions that protect and support our whole communities. Yakama Nation has its own power utility and farming enterprise. Issues affecting the power and agricultural communities are our issues too. We support investment in and development of alternative energy and transportation infrastructure as a way to restore salmon while maintaining agricultural commerce and keeping our power affordable. But green infrastructure should be developed in consultation with tribes, not at the expense of tribal resources and rights. I say that on behalf of Yakama Nation. At the last AT&I conference that was held, I'd mentioned to the AT&I tribes present that Yakama Nation was in the process of buying a farm. Yesterday, we concluded that process. Currently, Yakama Nation owns a farm of 2,000 acres, very productive farm that we are going to operate and run on behalf of Yakama Nation and work with other tribes to help with the needed food boxes that are provided in the Northwest. We also have our own power company that has been in operation for over 10 years and is doing very, very well. So with this legislation that is being proposed, it is going to impact the Yakama Nation to a degree, but we are supporting it 100%. On behalf of Yakama Nation, I thank you for your time.
All right, up next, I would like to welcome Ron Allen, Chairman for the Jamestown Slalom Tribe. And I apologize, we are having some internet issues, so our Zoom and Facebook Live is going in and out, but we're working to get it fixed.
Well, good morning. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. This meeting, I was on a couple of conference calls I couldn't get away from. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Ron Allen, Chair CEO for the Jamestown Slalom Tribe. For many of you who don't know me, I don't have an Indian name, but Ernie Stensgar says he talks a lot. I don't know how to pronounce that in Slalom, but Ernie will find a way. Joking aside, I want to compliment Shannon and the Nez Perce Tribe for organizing this, and all the AT&I, Leonard and Terry and others who helped put this together. I want to compliment the Congressman for such a very ambitious and progressive initiative to try to restore the salmon. Without a doubt, restoring the salmon is important to all of our cultures. We in the Northwest, it is a part of who we are, what we're all about. I know that all the testimonies, listening to Virgil and others that who've already been testifying why salmon is so important to our indigenous world, why it's important to all of us throughout the Northwest. I'm a commissioner on the U.S. Canada Pacific Salmon. And McCoy Oatman from Nez Perce is with me as a commissioner on that forum. Our job is to help deal with the harvest management of salmon from Alaska to the Snake River in the upper reaches of Columbia River. So, it's a challenge, and we know it's a challenge. Quite frankly, we knew about, the last salmon in Snake River a few years back, and what a challenge that was. We were all scratching our head, how did we multiply salmon when we only had one? So that was an interesting challenge, and I'm sure Nez Perce come up with a solution on that one. But this initiative to try to restore the habitat and the environment and the journey of our salmon back to its traditional spawning grounds is something that we all have known for all of our lives, that we have been taught from all of our past generations and all of our elders who have shared with us why it is so important. It is complicated, and we all know it's complicated. I come from over in the Olympic Peninsula, west of Seattle, in Leonard's territory, and our sister tribe, Lower Elwha, led the campaign to remove 2 dams on the Elwha River to restore historic Chinook stocks that was, got up to well over 100 pounds. And these were very impressive salmon. And those 2 dams basically took away from that brood stock, the importance of that salmon. Now that those 2 dams are removed, that brood stock is coming back, that it can happen. But it was complicated. It was a 20-year journey. And we know that the Congressman's initiative to rope in his colleagues on the Senate side and throughout the House, that is going to be challenging because they all have a special interest. I was listening to Virgil point out the fact that, the ag industry, timber industry, the transportation industry, those who need the power that comes from these different dams, they're all threatened. And they all have concerns. We know that. We've been down that trail. We know what it's like. We know how complicated it is. We know that it's not just an Indian agenda, but we find ourselves in Indian country being the leader bringing people to have a comfort level of that where we have a solution. There can be a solution. There are alternatives. There are ways in order to responsibly and respectfully address the other interest. And you have to find a way to bring everybody to the table so that we're all comfortable, so that we trust each other. And building that trust is easy. I'm sure the Congressman knows about that. They work overtime, back in D.C., trying to cross the aisle on many, many issues. But there are many issues with that the R's and D's find common ground. They do clasp hands. Things do get done. So set aside political perspectives or objective perspectives. There are ways for us to have a common vision. And that's what this initiative is. The Nez Perce is advocating and the Congressman is advocating. And we want to be a part of that. We want to be a part of that journey. It won't happen overnight. And it is not cheap. It's going to be costly at coming up with these alternative solutions that addresses everybody's needs. And we certainly have our experience out in our territory, and it can be done. There are bumps in the road or in the trail, that we have to figure out how to get around them, how to get people to get comfortable, and understand that we understand. So as we are advocating for making this happen, the question is how we navigate around those bumps in the trail that we will experience. Because salmon is what we're all about. Salmon is so ingrained in the cultural values of indigenous people. But non-Indian people, too. They care about it. They care about the salmon, too. And so, we got to find ways that we can lock arms and join hands, if you will, to make this thing happen. And we've got all kinds of reasons to be distracted, all kinds of diversions that we will experience. But as long as we stay committed and focused and persistent, we can make this happen. This is not just a liberal perspective. This is not just an environmental perspective. It's a perspective about a Northwest resource that everybody in this room and many of our friends outside of this room care about. And it's a big deal to us to make this thing happen. So Jamestown has been a big advocate for this. We have our own successes. In our backyard, we have the Dungeness River. Little by little, we're acquiring property and removing dikes. And so dams aren't the only problem. Sometimes the man, over the course of our history, decided they wanted to straighten the rivers out. Well, nature says that's not smart. Yeah, that was a dumbass thing that non-Indian world did. And yeah, smile. It's funny, isn't it? You kind of go, okay. And even we, in our growth of becoming more self-reliant and self-governing for our own people, we're developers too. We're developers. We build homes. We build businesses. So we have things that we're doing that can be challenging to the environment, but it's about finding that balance. When we started our casino near a very important creek that had endangered coho and chum fisheries in our area, and we were planning on this resort, and we bought all this property around this creek, and so we had all these development plans. Our natural resource people came to us and said, "We got a better idea. We're going to reroute that creek back to its traditional route, so the salmon can come back and they have a home." And so we, the tribe, said, okay, better idea. We know we need to make money. We know we needed to have development. But a better idea was salmon, because salmon is who we are, and that's more important than this economic development. And so those are choices that we find ourselves being challenged in Indian country wherever we are. Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, wherever we are, we find ourselves making those right choices. And that's the challenge for us as leaders. That's the choice that Congress has to engage. And that's the choices that our other interest groups who care about power, the cities, the towns, the ag industry, the timber industry. We're going to find balance for the salmon, for a way of life. That's so important to us. So Jamestown is with you guys. We truly believe it. We want to raise our hands to all of you who are champions, who do your part. That's what we're doing. We're doing our part. Everybody's got to do their part. So we don't all have to flood into Congressman Simpson's office, but he'll find times and find ways to make it happen so that we're championing, and also to work as colleagues, and including on the Senate side. We appreciate Senator Murray is here, and Cantwell, you know, that we need to work everybody. And I can tell you, Alaska has a dog in this fight. So Alaskan senators, Alaska congressmen, they have a dog in this fight because the fisheries are all connected from Alaska to the upper reaches of Snake River. So anyhow, it's a challenge. We want to help do our part, and we'll be there for you and for this campaign. We'll probably have many of these over the next number of years in order to move this agenda forward. Thank you. I'm very honored.
I'd like to next call on a representative from the Puyallup tribe. On deck, we will have the Spokane Tribe.
I'd like to say Oxlahale. I'm James Jim Rideout from the Puyallup Tribal Council, and it's an honor and a privilege to speak here at AT&I about something so near and dear to each and every one of us. Being a commercial fisherman the majority of my life, born in 1970, just before the Bolt decision when we got 50% of our rights back. I know my elders were upset that we lost 50% of our rights, but it's been a struggle. And the struggle the Puyallup tribe faces today is a dam that they had put turf into our waters and our upper watersheds. It's very detrimental to us at this point because that dam is going to kill thousands and thousands of salmon for our future. We're all faced with these issues. And I remember Sylvia, coming back and talking about the dams and the removals of dams, and people wanted to negotiate about, we have to negotiate. Absolutely not, Sylvia said. She come back and she had said, we're going to fight this case, the culvert case. And in that culvert case, we stood up as tribes, collectively and together, and beat that case. So this is the infrastructure that needs to take place for each and every one of our tribes today as we work together for our future of our children. I've had the honor and the privilege to fish alongside of one of the most prestigious women's son in the whole Puyallup tribe. That's Ramona Bennett's son, Eric Bennett. He died. He died of cancer. He died doing what he loved the most. I remember the last time he fished. He was out on that water, and the Creator gave him enough salmon before he left this world and allowed him to transition with that way of life. We live in the Puyallup River system in the interior of the Puget Sound, and we suffer a lot. We live in a super fun site, and my mother had died of cancer. I'm a stage 4 cancer survivor. And so when you talk about the health of welfare of our people, those are the things that I think about. How do we restore all of these things collectively working together to make sure we have the health and welfare and the benefit for our future and for our children? My Uncle Robert Satayacum in Chester Satayacum told me, one day you're going to be up here speaking. Here I am. I'm speaking in behalf, of the Puyallup people, and it's an honor and a privilege, but the work needs to be done. We need to put our fish pens back. We're not talking farm-raised fish. We're talking about staging our fish. We used to have staged fish in many areas in our, and it works. Release them. I honestly believe under what's been presenting to us, under the models of the state of Washington, is why we're in the situation that we're at today. It has to stop. We have to change the ways that we're doing things for the sake of our future of our salmon. You have the Canadians that are taking hundreds of permits out. Why? Because they're feeling the effect too. Do we have to shut down as Washington State and look at ways to restore our salmon runs? Because that's what we're supposed to do. We are put here to protect the nations of salmon, and that is our responsibility as leaders. I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak for my tribe today, and thank you very much.
I'd like to welcome Danny Kiefer with the Spokane Tribe. And on deck, we have a representative from the Quileute Tribe.
Good morning, and I'd like to thank Squaxin Island and Chairman Peters for hosting us here today. Thanks for inviting us to your homeland. The Spokane Tribe, we're like the Coeur d'Alenes. We stand in line to get our salmon out of a blue tote. We have a lot of fishermen. We're grateful. We're grateful for the salmon from the Colville Tribe and the Klickitat and the icicle. We would like to get salmon above the blocked areas. I'm just going to read a statement here. The Spokane Tribe of Indians is heartened by Congressman Simpson, courage to recognize and continue flawed approach the federal government has used in addressing the environmental impact of the federal Columbia River power system to date. A system that has produced immense wealth for the Columbia River region at the expense of the salmon, steelhead, and the lamprey, that the Spokane Tribe and many other tribes in the Columbia River Basin rely upon. Until the construction of Grand Coulee Dam, although the proposal headlines with the removal of the 4 Snake River dams, Congressman Simpson's proposal could spread an implementation of returning salmon, steelhead, and lamprey to the upper Columbia River. Addressing the impact to the Columbia River Basin in a holistic way will require the region and its political leaders to display the same courage Congressman Simpson has displayed in releasing his proposed framework. Many details will be needed to be worked through and many hearts and minds won over. However, acknowledging the system is not working for the entire region is a big step forward. The Spokane Tribe's reservation is located on the confluence of the Columbia and the Spokane River above Grand Coulee Dam. The construction of the Grand Coulee Dam and the much smaller Little Falls Dam on the Spokane River cut off the upper Columbia region from salmon, steelhead, and lamprey. The Spokane Tribe, along with many others, have been working on the Northwest Power and Conservation Council phased approach to reintroduce salmon and steelhead to the upper Columbia River since 2014. Our collective work can be found at UCUT's webpage. Salmon and steelhead reintroduction into the historic habitat above Grand Coulee Dam will benefit the entire region. As our work so far indicates, successful reintroduction can occur without impacts to the current beneficiary provided by Grand Coulee Dam and hydropower, flood control, and irrigation. Truly a win-win. We encourage all the region's political leaders to work together to ensure that any legislation passed will benefit the entire Columbia River region. So yeah, it's the salmon is very important to our tribe. Our tribe, we can heal. All tribes that, in the blocked area can heal when we get the salmon above the blocked areas. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up a representative from the Quileute Tribe. And coming up is Chairman Douglas Woodruff Jr.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to our host over here, Chairman Peters, for opening up your lands to us and always treating us very well when we come here for all the events. Good morning, everyone. Haley Kulale, Salalali Kuliut Tisqua, Kulalali Douglas Woodruff Jr., Achechio Litli, Wasalia Hoy, Liatska Ho Quashta. My name is Doug Woodruff Jr. I am a member of the Quileute tribe. I am actually the chairman. I'm part of the council here. I want to thank our host again for allowing us to be here today for this very special occasion. This was kind of a last-minute thing that popped up on the radar for me, so I had a feeling I need to be here. So I didn't really have anything prepared to say, but, I'm just going to shoot from the hip, as, like we're called upon to do from time to time. I come from a long line of fishermen. I am a river fisherman, commercial fisherman for the last 25 years. I have witnessed and seen the decline of salmon fishing in my area. I'm also a part of the Northwest Indian Fish Commission. I do attend the meetings with a few of the guys here in the crowd. And we sit there and we fight with the state quite a bit, the state of Washington, as we see our decline of fish going down every year. There's a lot of problems with the system that I could see. The state, they show up from time to time with unrealistic goals, numbers of fish they want to take from us every year. We show up, we fight for what we believe is ours. And it's a shame to see a lot of the tribes here today that don't have any fish. I am one of the blessed tribes right now to have fish at my table. A lot of the events that go on to our neighboring tribes as far as funerals, celebrations, just get-togethers, they can't even have fish for their meal. This is a shame. As the man over here spoke earlier about having to get fish off the back of a truck, we never want to see that where we're from. We give a lot of fish away from our area. We're trying to protect what's ours. But when Washington State doesn't show up to the table with a correct mind, we have to fight them. All at these Northwest Indian Fish Commission meetings, they show up with unrealistic numbers, asking, basically wanting to take a lot of fish without even asking the tribes consulting with us what would be best for the systems. When you show up and you want to take, and then you leave the responsibility to the tribes, it's not a good thing. We can only do so much. We come here, we fight, we try to protect what's ours. We try to keep what's ours. As I said, the people from where I'm from have fished since time immemorial. All we can do is protect that. The orcas, that's another big problem. The orcas come in our river system about once every 10 years. A few weeks ago, they have returned into our river system looking for fish, looking for stuff to eat. As a commercial fisherman, I'm out on the ocean from time to time, and I do see the orcas pass by, and I'm wondering to myself, how far do these orcas got to travel to find food? There's a lot of trolling out in front of my area with nobody catching any fish the last few weeks. So everybody's moving down the coast. So where do the orcas go? What are they eating? Why are they in our river system? They are all looking for something to eat. We got to take control of this and try to get a grasp on the fish, the way things are brought to the table. I know I'm a good pain in the states behind when we sit at these tables and fight because, that's what I'm put here for. I'm here to protect what's ours and make sure, we take care of all our natural resources. Another thing that really makes me mad is when the state shows up and they say, we want this amount of fish. My first question is, what are you going to give us in return? What are you guys doing for the habitat? What are you doing for, all the streams? I know where I'm from, we have lots of habitat, and I'm blessed with that. But I know a lot of the tribes, and towards the cities, they're not They just don't have that habitat. So when the state shows up and they want, what are you giving back? What are you guys preparing to leave on the table, or what are you giving back to our future? Another thing is a lot of people around here don't have the right mind when they sit at the table. And the state, for example, last year we closed down due to COVID. And then next thing you know, a few weeks later, the governor shut down fishing. Because everybody was in the same boat, everybody was everywhere, and nobody was doing social distance. Well, that was all great and fine for a couple weeks until people started complaining. As they say, it is our right to fish. It's everybody else's privilege. Well, somewhere down the line, the privilege said, it is now our right to fish. But when they take, and they don't put nothing back, there's a big problem there. We can only protect so much as tribes. We can only do so much as tribes. When the state doesn't kick in and do their part, there's a big problem. So, when we have these meetings from time to time, I do get on the state quite hard, but that's my job, We're here to protect, and protect. We got to make sure there is future and fishing for our people. There should be fish on everybody's plates. There should be a fish in every community, but there's not. And my heart feels sad for them tribes that don't have fish. We used to be really blessed with fishing. We used to fish 5 days a week on our river system. We are now down to 2 days a week. When our guys, our fisheries techs see something wrong with the fish numbers coming in, we're the first ones to close our river system. We don't need nobody to tell us. We know something's going wrong. In the state, they just don't understand that part. When every river system in Washington State closes down, our river system stays open. And without consultation to our rivers, to our tribe, about pushing everybody to our system, that's a big problem. Nobody asks us, hey, can you guys have a couple thousand people on your river system? Our river system's pretty small, but the fish are plentiful. They were plentiful. Our numbers are going down across the board. And I'm here to fight for what I believe in, what we have at home. But when the state comes up and they take with no accountability, they would look at us and close us down in a heartbeat if we didn't have the proper enforcement or the numbers for fish, anything our fish tech guys do for us. They'd shut us down in a heartbeat. But then again, they stay open. They have no enforcement on our area. I live in a very remote area. We're lucky to have one guy that enforcement officer that comes out and patrols the whole west end, which is a very big place. So the state needs to be held accountable on their end as well. Like I said, we can't do all the work here. We protect. We try to leave future fish for the next 7 generations, but it's a tough thing to do. So I just want to say thank you to everybody here today, and we need to all stick together and keep up the good fight for all the tribes that are actually looking for fish, that are trying to breach these dams. The dams need to come down. I've sat at a lot of meetings for fisheries in the last 5 years since I've been in this position, and it's a tough deal. You got to keep fighting. It's a long process, I understand, but as long as we don't give up and we keep fighting, there will be fish for the future. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite up Chairman Roswell Klein with the Nooksack Tribe. If you're here. Do we have any other tribes with tribal leader representatives that would still like to come forward? Yeah, come on up. And coming forward, we have Liwan with the Shoshone Bannock tribe.
How you doing, Mike, and everyone? Just like to echo what everybody said, and thank you for this great hospitality. Little Creek, beautiful place here. My name is Liwan Tyler, Shoshone Bannock Tribes. An Indian name is Dupambi. My Indian name, Dupambi, means black hair, named after one of my great-great-grandfathers, the Chief Tindoy from the Agaidika band up there, Salmon River country. Salmon, Idaho, and some of you guys might know it. And the Coeur d'Alenes are our neighbors over there. Good to see Ernie and all these guys. And I've been on the council since 2005, Shoshone Bannock Tribes, and worked my way up. But I never was chairman. I don't know why, but I guess it's better not to be. But anyways, I do the cultural part. I speak the language, and my staff over there too, Dan Stone and Chad Coulter. They're really instrumental in providing great insight to perspectives of this great enormous fish species of the salmon, our relatives. Scott Hauser as well. I'm part of the Upper Snake River Tribes, chairman. I'm a chairman for that. But that's 4 tribes down there, block areas of the below the Hells Canyon complex. Mike Simpson knows where that's at, and I think some of you guys do too, Shannon and all these guys. But that's another huge area in this Columbia River Basin. And besides the areas over here where Leonard and all these guys live, and I visited the areas over here. I drove through here one time, coming up here to see and view this country of affiliate tribes of the Northwest to see what it's about. I traveled many times to check out every area. Seen the battlefields of Big Hole and over there Whitebird and coming down that hill. And went over to the Coeur d'Alene many times and to check out these reservations. Yakima, I stopped there as well. Yakima Nation. So I've been to different areas. I've been to Canada in my time to see what it's like. And then I visited and I've been to this Columbia River Treaty negotiation meetings to see what they're about. And then I've been representing and listening. And I wonder, when are we going to take action? It's a great time now. It's just really awesome that Mike's here. Want to propose a bold action to take action finally. It's a long time coming. And a lot of the blocked areas in the Hells Canyon complex, and it's not even mentioned because certain individuals of Idaho are opposed to things. No offense to the governor over there, Brad Little, but why is he not supporting the Columbia River Treaty negotiations to bring back salmon in those Hells Canyon complex, even though it's so polluted over there? There's the Oxbow Reservoir, the Brownlee, the Hells Canyon. The Oxbow, 65 miles of length of pollution, almost sewage. Some of you guys have never been there. We went on a jip boat ride over there one time, though, Hells Canyon area, and checked that out. A beautiful place, and there's still steelhead that go there on that part of the Snake River. And I'm from the Shoshone Bannock Tribes, and they call us Nuwinna, where we call ourselves Nuwinna. Bannock is Bannock. Ba means water in our language, like this. Bottle of water right here. Ba means water. Night is from. That's what the Bannocks are. Bannock means from people from the water. But the Indians in Canada call us Bannock bread. They go, hey, I want some Bannock. And I don't know where that came from, but they tease each other about Bannock bread. But they don't know the real meaning. And Bannock, it means Bannock. Then in our language, Shoshone is a Shoshone. Nuwinna means people from the grass. And then, but throughout time, in time immemorial, I guess, our people start calling us all these names. And eventually we ended up being called the Snakes from the tribes, the Blackfeet tribes and other tribes. And then the Snake River was named after us, Snake Territory. And that's where we're part of the big nation. The Comanches are way down south. They're a part of us too. Speak the same language. They went down there. Paiutes are the same as Bannocks. So the Paiutes, they were all the way over to the coast with the Modocs and the Klamath. They were over there, and then some of them are living with the Warm Springs tribes now. So there's a lot of history everybody has, but I just want to share a little bit so people can understand from up here, from Leonard, and these guys don't know about us. Ron Allen, a lot of those guys don't only know about our history. And we know a lot about everybody's history, like the Nez Perce. We hear about Nez Perce War and all this, but with the atrocities that came forth, we had our own, all the tribes that, have. I studied history. And we had a Bear River massacre down there in our area. Over 400 of our people were wiped out, massacred in 1863. But all these things come to play to now. So I don't want to take too much time, but I just want to share something, the different perspective of this. It's a long time coming that there's more to this than just this system that needs protection. It's the whole environment. It's the air. It's everything below. It's life as it is, as we know it. And we just got out of a Sundance, me and our chairman, Devin, and we just got out of a ceremony. It's called Dagowuna in our language, that dancing for thirst, standing for thirst. Two of our other council members were in there. Lad Idmo was current chairman. He was in there too. Roland Marshall. We fasted from Friday to Monday without food and water because we're praying for the water. We're praying for the salmon. Because there's a story in our language too. Before the humans came, the animals spoke. And then there was part of that. So someday, if there's no more salmon, it's the end time. That's a prophecy. We're almost to that time. We don't want the man to end, but that's going to happen. A prophecy, Nostradamus predicted a prophecy. So I don't know if we want to go that far, but that's where we're at. Someday, when the salmon no longer exists, it's going to be the end of time. That was a prophecy. And then there was another prophecy where it was unique to what somebody else mentioned, that salmon, people were in a famine and starving, and the salmon came, and this human was praying and praying and praying, and he said, how do I help my people? Creator turned him into a salmon and said, you're going to go to the ocean and come back and save your people. And that was a prophecy in our language. There's so many stories and legends of our people before humans came. So I just want to share a little bit, and then for our children, and we're losing our languages right now too. That's really, that has to go into this part of this, and I guess the money part. That's the bold action too. We need education, and we need our own tribal lands to help preserve our forest lands, and we have a treaty with the United States. I just came from Fort Bridger last Saturday, July 3rd. That was when our treaty was signed with the government, peace treaty with the United States. So we're one of the lucky tribes that have a treaty off reservation rights. We have our tribal members right now harvesting salmon, and the last few remaining over there in the Salmon River country over there, Middle Fork and those areas, South Fork and those areas down there. And some of you guys know about the Nez Perce, know about that area, Sawtooth and the hatcheries. We need more money for hatcheries. That's another one. We need more funding for hatcheries out there. And we need our own hatcheries as tribes, Shoshone Bannock people as well, others. We could help utilize infrastructure. And we need funds for all these things. And environment to save the riparian areas. There's so much more we could add. But I think we have a proposal as well as other tribes to help utilize this money to offset some of the other things that are needed out there. The recreation people and the farming, our agricultural people, all these people that's putting going across over there with barging things to the cities. And then I like what Ron Allen said. Somebody mentioned something about Elwha River when they took out those dams. So people were in panic. Hey, it's going to destroy a culture of a modern culture. But then when they didn't think of the consideration, it was natural. But when that occurred, now it's okay. Everybody likes it now. Hey, it was, you got to learn to adapt. And it was natural. But one thing I heard when we was going to these Columbia River Treaty negotiation meetings was Portland is in a flood zone. And if we take out those dams, it might flood the whole city. Is that true? We don't know. So there's a lot of issues going on here. There's a lot of different issues on all different angles, aspects of it. So you got to figure out, hey, what's the best thing to balance it? Then we got to balance it. That's where we're at. How do we balance it? And that's where Simpson has that plan. And then people think, oh, he's against this, he's against hydropower. No, he's not. He wants to find a way to offset it, because we need it, obviously. We need it somehow, but at the same time, there's new energy. I don't know if we could use nuclear energy. Perhaps we can. There's reactors over there. The people are coming up with scientific technology, the STEM projects for the youth. They're so smart now, we need more money for them, more funding for our youth so they could help save our future. We just got to take everybody unified. Like my chairman said, no matter what color your blood is, our blood runs red, right? But I don't know if I want some of your blood in mine. Thank you. That's all I want to say for now.
Do we have any other tribal leader representatives here today that would like to speak? Okay. So up next, I'm going to go ahead and bring forward the Nez Perce Tribe Vice Chairman, Shannon Wheeler, and we'll provide you with the Nez Perce testimony.
Katsiya Kailani, and our chairman, Sam Penny, is in the audience too. Sam, if you could raise your hand too as well. Stand up. There you go, Sam. Sam has been the chairman for the Nez Perce Tribe since May of this year. He's been doing a great job in senior leadership. I'm very honored to serve as vice chairman with Mr. Penny as the chairman, and has shown great leadership. So appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak today with our chairman's blessing to allow myself to continue the efforts of with Congressman Simpson and his proposal. So I'd just like to start with a few words of our language as we try to practice as much as we can, when we can and where we can. So Tatsmewi Oikolohim Yuma Kia Ta'awatis Squaxin So Yakats Ki Lahin Hanyuwat Wako Payats Tats Tamina Namipu Enum Waswanik Titoka Timpt Wia Wioktpu Namipu. I'd just like to wish everybody a good morning. Thank the Creator for this sacred land, Squaxin Island, and also for this beautiful day, Sayakatski Lahin Hanyuwat, because we're not always granted tomorrow. So thank the Creator for this beautiful day. And also, Wako Payatsa Tats Tamina Namipu. The Nez Perce come to you today with good hearts, with open hearts today, as we press forward and getting our voice out there and our united voice together as tribes out there, speaking the truth. And that's what we're here today to do, is to speak the truth. And just like to thank all of our friends and family for being here today. Oikolohim Yuma. So I'd like to start, with the proposal itself and the proposal of what it says. And I know Congressman Simpson will have an opportunity today to speak to that. But the glimmer of light, the glimmer of hope, which he breathed back into the years and years of fighting for salmon recovery and restoring salmon habitat and the natural spawners. And as you've heard, many of the hatcheries are needed, and they will be needed. As soon as we get the dams removed and the natural spawners back to healthy, harvestable, abundant numbers, there's still going to be a need for hatchery because there's a commercial need. There's sports anglers that fish for these hatchery fish. So there is that need. And that's a large infrastructure piece there that, all the tribes throughout the Pacific Northwest, are great fish managers and some of the largest. I mean, the Yakama Nation has the largest fisheries management hatchery program there is, and the Nez Perce are right there, second to that. And, you know, the Pacific Salish Sea tribes as well, that, you know, a lot of the funding that they get and how each of the tribes over here are handling that. I mean, there's not enough funding for what we're doing. And as we speak to those hatcheries and restoration, you know, for us in Nez Perce country, that, you know, we've done many things for hatchery restoration. We've done many things for the salmon out there that we could do. You know, we've obliterated roads. We've, you know, fixed waterways, velocity barriers, just different things like that we've done to really help the salmon in all the ways that we could. You know, and in the face of climate change, ocean conditions, the dams, you know, and it dates back even back to you know, overfishing early in the 1900s. That was a part of the problem too. We can't pinpoint just one thing, but we know there's an accumulation of many different things that are part of the problem. But as we look to the dials that we've turned, and the dials that we speak of are those restoration projects to restore salmon's habitat and to the different methods of trying to migrate fish, you know, barging and predation that we work on to try to take out many of the predators in the path of the migration of the juvenile salmon. You know, a lot of those dials have been turned to the fullest. And so there's a need to turn some of the bigger dials, and that's what breaching is. Breaching is turning one of the biggest dials that there are out there to help the migration. So many of you are familiar with the smolt to adult ratio, the SARS, and in our area, you know, we're operating at about 1.5, but for healthy, harvestable, abundant numbers, we're looking at about 5% of getting that many salmon back, and we're far below that. So what the action that needs to be taken now is in Congressman Simpson's proposal and the breaching portion, it definitely ties to many things. It ties to the water, which is where the salmon are, and as Congressman Simpson has said, and many of us have said too, is that, you know, we as human beings have the ability to change. You know, salmon don't have that luxury. They don't have the luxury to change. And so as we try to turn these dials that we're talking about in that breaching piece that is one of the largest dials that we can control, because we're not out there controlling the ocean conditions. We can't do that. I mean, so the conditions there even call for breaching even more now. So we have to do whatever we can now, not kick the can down the road, you know, 20 more years and study 20 more years. You know, I could be a consultant and I could study and tell you what you should do, but until you actually take action, when you take action and work to solve problems, that's when things are going to change. And that's what Congressman Simpson is proposing here. And so as we look at these salmon returns, the migration, as we look at the spill agreement that we signed with the Bonneville Power Administration to maximize the spill to help push the migrating salmon down the rivers, you know, we're in our third year now of that, our 2.5 years, I guess, where we're at now. But that was all a part of the Columbia River System of Operations environmental impact statement that the federal action agencies were doing, and that's United States Army Corps of Engineers, Bonneville Power Association, NOAA, and Bureau of Reclamations. So, the Nez Perce, we go back to the 1990s, the Nez Perce passed a resolution for support of breaching dams, also filed litigation in the 1990s, joining an amicus curiae, a friend of the court, to that. So we fast forward then into 2019, and we had the water temperature kill off in 2017, where the water in the Snake River got too hot and it killed a lot of the salmon. So we knew that time for action needed to take place. So we worked on a spill agreement with Bonneville Power Administration, and we stayed out of court. We stayed out of court for a year. That was our plan. And the reason for that plan was so that science could take precedence, because science is what we needed to solve these problems. Science and a lot of experience that we've accumulated over the course of time. So then we expect a 2-year Columbia River System of Operations plan to take place, but the former administration bumps it up a 1 year. So then now this time frame where science is supposed to be working, best management practices and best available science, is now crunched down into 1 year. So then we have an environmental impact statement that maybe has 19 pages of a 7,000-page document on tribal, social, economic impacts to tribes. And we have the biological opinion issued and the record of decision. And that's where we currently sit now, and that's where litigation sits with Oregon and as the other tribes that have filed suit with the state of Oregon and other entities that are intending to. So that's just something that I wanted to mention because of the fact that, we're doing our part. We're doing our part to let science work, to look at the experience that we've had, and to let technology be utilized to help this issue. And once again, that's what Congressman Simpson is proposing. He's looking at the past experiences. We as tribes are testifying to our experiences that we have. And science is supposed to take data and bring that forward, bring us facts and information so that we can formulate an opinion that is the best decision to solve problems. Not just for one sector, not just for two sectors, but for all sectors. Once again, Congressman Simpson's proposal addresses all sectors. And through technology, we can change. We can change who we are. It goes back to what I said previously about we as humans can change. Fish, salmon, lamprey, steelhead, orca, they don't have the luxury that we do. And I want to give an example, an analogy of what I'm speaking to as well, also that maybe some of the plateau tribes and coastal tribes can relate to, because we all love huckleberries too. So in the face of climate change, huckleberries are changing and when they're ready. And some of the hot weather that we just experienced is changing the times and the weather patterns and how much water and how much snowpack is in these areas that huckleberries need to survive. Well, if you or I or anybody watching on Zoom get thirsty or get hot, we move. I can go down to the road and into the canyon and where it's cooler and move. Well, huckleberries in the same line as salmon don't have that luxury. Their migration patterns take hundreds or thousands of years to be able to move. So those are the things that we're talking about when we talk about technology and climate change and the things that we have to do now. And that's the proposal. That's the proposal to bring the Northwest into the future, to bring the world into the future. And that's all we're trying to do, is we're trying to solve problems together. We admit, I've said this many times, we admit we like to turn our lights on. We like to charge our phones. We like many things that electricity bring and anything that agriculture can bring to us as far as adding food to us and the economies that we all depend on as well. And we admit those things. I mean, the Nez Perce, we have solar, we have over 50,000 acres in agriculture land, we have recreation, we have tourism, and we have salmon. So we take this as a balanced approach of how we understand what the other sectors want and need, because we're a part of those sectors as well. So thinking about those words, the experience in science and technology, you have to speak then to the testimonies of today. The habitat, the restoration, and for me, I really feel a lot of pain that Council Member James from Coeur d'Alene expressed, and how he expressed himself in the blocked area. I mean, I have a hard time imagining not fishing this year in the Snake River because of the lack of runs that has come up. But to be without salmon for that many years. You also have, the southeastern Idaho tribes and the southwestern Oregon tribes and other tribes that are in blocked areas. The Nez Perce are in a blocked area. We have Dvorak Dam. We have Hells Canyon Dam, where there's so much habitat out there that is available, that where the salmon used to come into the Snake River. And I don't know the numbers of the Salish Sea because the habitat here is concrete now, and a lot of their habitat has been covered that way. Our habitat out there is behind a lot of block dams, and it's just difficult. It's very difficult to see what is missing. And it leads into another thing about the value of salmon and placing a value on salmon. Because many times, if you're selling it by the pound or whatever, however you're doing commercializing it, there's a value to it. Yeah, sure, there. But what about the value of catching a salmon? You're going. I'm gonna paint a picture here for you of my mother when she was 5 years old. Could remember being in the South Fork of the Salmon River and watching the water. She said it was tidal waves coming up the river. So there was tidal wave after tidal wave coming up the river. And she goes, and that was salmon. That was the backs of salmon coming up in such great numbers it looked like the water was going backwards. And I didn't witness that until I think 2003, when we had a pretty decent run back into the Salmon River, and I witnessed that for myself. And I could remember that. And I can remember being there when I was 5 years old with my family, with my mother and grandfather and father and all my brothers and sisters. So what I'm going to say then is I experienced that relationship with my grandfather, my father, my mother, my brothers and sisters, catching a salmon, cooking that salmon, sharing that salmon with one another. And in blocked areas, they haven't even experienced that for generations. For generations. It hurts my heart that Shimmikin Creek and up in Sandpoil and the other areas that are blocked back in behind Hell's Canyon, the Powder River, and other places that are out there, that families aren't getting to experience that. Because I can tell you, we sang songs out there. I can tell you, we said prayers out there. I can tell you that we built relationships with one another and other families. And to be able to sit there with my grandfather, my father, who are both gone, and our mother is 86 years old now, but to share those stories and that meal with all of my siblings, and there was 11 of us, so you had to get in line, otherwise you're going to miss out. But to share that story and to sit down and have a meal, share those prayers and those songs, you can't put a value on that. It's not a weighted value. It's priceless. Because I heard my grandfather's stories when he was 5 years old fishing in that same tributary. And his grandfather that brought him there. That's the value of what blocked area tribes are missing. For generations, they could only hear their grandmothers speaking about what it was like. And they can't share that experience with their children. Therefore, sometimes, and we're natives, we know sometimes songs only come to us in certain places. Sometimes prayers only come to us in certain places. And that's what we're missing by not being able to be in those areas, to be able to share those stories and share those times and build those characters with one another and instill those values in our young children. That's what's important. That's what's missing. That's the part of the value of salmon that isn't accounted for. Well, that and the nutrients that are no longer in the landscape or are dwindling in the landscape. That's why my heart goes out to those tribes that are behind blocked areas. It's so important to get fish passage back to those tribes, back to those people, so they can become whole. So, as I was speaking earlier, also about the Columbia River systems of operations, the salmon restoration, the work that's being done out there, what it has done to us today, it has brought us together. It has brought us together in a common thread of salmon that we are here to share our stories with one another. And as we share our stories with one another, we can see that common thread between each and every one of us. Some of us have salmon, some of us don't have salmon, but we all want salmon. We all need salmon because it's part of who we are. So as we come together as tribes, we're united with the AT&I resolution and went to NCAI and a resolution passed there for the call for this to come together, and also for our Northwest delegation to take notice of the tribes, that the tribes are united and the voice is coming forward. And you know, I heard somebody say this. I heard somebody say, well, you know, what if Congressman Simpson's proposal doesn't go through? Then what? Well, we're going to continue to fight. This fight has been going on for a long time, and we're not going to go away. And you'll hear tomorrow from Chairman Willie Frank from Nisqually, who happens to be the son of Billy Frank, which was who he, during the fish wars, was one of the great advocates for the salmon. And the fight for him, the next generation is still here, still fighting. So we ain't gonna go anywhere. So we do need to solve problems. We do need that Northwest delegation to listen, to work, not only with entities of energy, of agriculture, of recreation, but with the tribes. And that obligation to the tribes and the trust responsibility that the congressional delegation have. And the time for action is now. You know, as we speak to other great fishermen, orca, eagle, and all these other fishermen that are out there, and it was my brother who was viewing the Nisqually fisheries back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and he mentioned to one of the fishermen of the Nisqually tribe, he goes, "Wow, look at all those fishermen out there," and the Nisqually tribesman goes. He was looking at all the boats out there, and he goes, "Yeah, there's quite a few out there." And he goes, "No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about look at the eagles and look at the I think there might have been an orca out there and other animals out there that were fishing." He goes, "Those ones." He said, "This must be the spot because they're all here." And so as we understand, you know, that a lot of our prayers and songs come from those animals and those creatures that are out there that are a part of who we are, we must oftentimes reflect and look at them for the answers and look at their face, because our face is the same. When there isn't no fish in there, our face is the same. We're searching around, as was said, an orca in the river, looking for food. And we can do something about that. We can change that. But we can't wait till 30 years from now again. Let's talk for 30 more years about it, and then we'll decide to do something. There's no time for that. The time for action is now. So I'd just like to thank Congressman Simpson again and thank Senator Murray's staff, Senator Crapo's staff for being here, and those members that are listening online too as well, that, you know, they hear our stories, they hear the fight that we have, that fight that the salmon have, the fight that the orca have, steelhead and lamprey. I mean, we're the ones that changed the system. It wasn't them. I mean, I can come to your house and rearrange your house for you so you can't live. I mean, we wouldn't like that too much. So it's about time we step up and continue to let our voice be heard. For those people that are here that are willing to listen, that are willing to sit at the table and solve a problem. We're looking to solve here. We're not looking to talk or rearrange anything that's in the equation. We have everything that's in the equation. We just have to solve now. We have to solve for X. We have to solve for Y. We have to solve for Z. And that's what we're here to do. And that's what your voices mean. Each of your voices that come together, that's what that means. So great to hear the heartfelt testimony that come out. How that moved me, how that's recharged me in the fight that we have. So thank you, and I appreciate everyone being here today. I know we're done a little bit early, but that just means that we can probably have a roundtable discussion this afternoon with Congressman Simpson. So let's see out. Yeah, thank you.
So you've just heard from all the tribal leaders that are here today representing their nations. And again, that's the voice of thousands, not just their own. They speak on behalf of their people. The idea of a summit has been out there for a while. Vice Chair Wheeler has been pushing for a Salmon and Orca Summit for some time and saying we need to do this. We need to get our leaders together. We need to get our nations together because this doesn't just affect one of us, it affects all of us in more ways than one. And the timing is now. And so though there was a short turnaround time, that's why this had to be done. And this isn't the last one. This will continue. But the entire vision for this whole time, we said, what's the mission? What's the vision? Why are we doing this? And it's simple. It's salmon and orca recovery and making that a priority with the current administration and congressional leaders. So I want to thank all of them that are on Zoom, that are here today, the staff that are taking this information back to their leaders, because this is important. It is important to a lot of people, not just one group. We are a little bit ahead of schedule, and so lunch isn't quite ready yet. But I'm Nez Perce in Spokane, and I grew up in Nez Perce territory. And I didn't know anything besides salmon and trout and fish sticks. We did eat fish sticks. So growing up, that's all I ever cooked, right? And that's all I really enjoyed. Well, as I got older,
Ron Allen, if you could take your seat, please. We can get everybody moving if Ron Allen takes his seat. And Craig Bill, we have a seat up here for you as well. Governor Inslee's tribal liaison will be joining us up front as well. Okay, well, Tatsalach, good afternoon. I hope everybody enjoyed their food and well rested and ready to continue the afternoon agenda. So once we get this going, we're going to probably switch up the agenda a little bit here now. So we need a motion to amend the agenda. Ron Allen, can you make that motion, please? So we have a motion by Mr. Allen to amend the agenda. So we're going to place Congressman Simpson now, and he'll be able to give his remarks. And after that, we'll probably do some discussion right after that. So it's my great honor and great pleasure to introduce our congressman from Idaho, Congressman Mike Simpson.
Thank you for that introduction. It's good to be with you today. Before I start on the Columbia Basin Initiative and what we're doing, how we got there, what we're trying to accomplish, I have to make a few remarks on what's gone on. This is the perfect example of why I never write a speech. Because by the time I got done listening to all the stories this morning and the people with their testimony, and then when I listened to the people presenting the totem pole and stuff, I would have had to rip up my speech and throw it away and start over because you've got my mind going in different directions and stuff. It's been very interesting to me, but I did notice, and maybe you noticed me smile a little bit when one of the presenters said, you know, they're trying to straighten out, or they're trying to restore the estuaries and rivers and stuff here in the Puget Sound and other areas. because the Army Corps of Engineers at one time thought that, just make those rivers straight, and that was the right thing to do. And it brought back the fact that since I was chairman of the Energy and Water Appropriations Committee in the House, I've been working with the San Antonio River Restoration Project. What they've done is the San Antonio River that goes through San Antonio used to flood all the time. So they brought in the Army Corps of Engineers, and they just made a straight river that goes through there, gets the water through quicker and stuff. That was, like 40 or 50 years ago. Thought they were doing the right thing at the time. Now we're spending money. They're spending money. We're reimbursing them from Congress to restore the river as it was once was. Which just goes to show you can change things. Even though when you did something you thought it was the right thing to do, we've learned better now. And so it brought me down there, and it was kind of interesting where they've restored the river. It's beautiful. It's a meandering sort of river. The willows and stuff are growing. The wildlife is coming back. The birds, it's on a flyway for a lot of migratory birds. They're all coming back and stuff. And then you get to the part that they haven't done yet. And it's just a straight river with rocks piled on the side and everything. And you kind of go, who thought that was a good idea? But we are restoring it. We're doing those kind of things all across this country. Fact is, we need to do them in the greatest environmental restoration project that this country's ever seen, and that's with the Columbia Basin. But I am proud to be here with you today. I was very moved by listening to your stories today about your history with the salmon and what it means to you. And I am amazed by your commitment and your dedication to this issue. Believe it or not, you all inspire me to do what I'm doing. We've been working on this for 3 or 4 years. Last February, I introduced the Columbia Basin Initiative as an idea, and we kind of got the reaction we thought we would get. And I've got to tell you in all honesty that sometimes me and my chief of staff, we feel like we're manic depressives. One day we come into the office and it's, all right, we're going to get going on this. The next day it's, oh, what have we done? Why are we doing this? And hopefully we're on different days when we do this so that we can inspire each other. But whenever we have a down day, I think of what this means to you all and what you've been through for the last 40 or 50 years trying to restore salmon and the importance that they have. I have to tell you in all honesty, though, and I don't mean to put additional pressure on you. Maybe you already know this. The key to this whole thing is you all. The reason I say that, let me give just a little brief history of myself first. I grew up in Blackfoot, Idaho. The southern border of our town is the Fort Hall Indian Reservation. So I went to school with a lot of Shoshone Indians, had a lot of friends that came to school. We played football and basketball together and all that kind of thing. And I worked in the summer out on the reservation, moving pipe and so forth. But I can't tell you in all honesty that I really knew these fellow classmates. Nathan Small, that I think you all know, has been around a lot of years. He was a classmate of mine. I can't say I really knew them. Didn't know their history. When I became chairman of the Interior Subcommittee, we fund the BIA, Indian Health Services, all of that kind of stuff. And I thought, I need to know more. So I started studying, this has been about 10 years ago, Native American history in this country. The culture, their religion to some degree. I would love to know what the honor songs, how they came about, what they mean. But it's a rich, rich history in this country. But I thought I needed to know more. What I've come to the conclusion is with the Columbia Basin Initiative, and why I say this is that you are the key to this. You and I have the same goals. We have very different motives. My goal is I'm a congressman from southeast Idaho. I'm trying to restore a fish from going extinct, an important fish, an iconic fish of the Pacific Northwest. I'm trying to do it because it's the right thing to do. I don't think we should ever let a species go extinct if we can prevent it, especially when it's going extinct because of actions we've taken. The Endangered Species Act requires me, I believe, to try to find a solution to this problem, to try to make sure that we can actually recover these salmon. But what I've learned and come to understand is it's more than that for you. While you want to restore salmon for the same reasons I do, we shouldn't let them go extinct, but you're trying to preserve a history, a culture, and a religion. Those are powerful motivating factors. The question is, how do we get that message out, particularly to the people of the Pacific Northwest, but to the American people? I've had a lady in my office before we released any of this stuff, and I was kind of explaining why I was going to be proposing this dam removal and so forth. And after listening to me, she said, well, if it comes down to people or fish, I choose people. I said, I understand that. If it was coming down to people or fish, I could agree with you, but that's not the debate. The debate is, are we going to save these salmon and save that historical, cultural, and religious history that these salmon represent? Someone once told me when I first gave my speech and started this whole thing at the Andrus Center, one of my good friends said, you got to remember this. He said, everything we do on the Columbia River can be done differently. It's a choice we make, but it can be done differently. Salmon don't have a choice. They need a river. And guess what? Right now, they don't have a river. It's almost a misnomer to call the Lower Snake River a river. The Lower Snake River is a series of slackwater pools that endanger and kill salmon. Now, when we first started this project, we really had four goals in mind. In fact, 4 goals came to us kind of after we started. The first one was try to save the BPA, make them competitive in the future, because power is important in the Pacific Northwest. Most of our power is hydropower. And they are facing some financially challenging times. They've about reached their borrowing limit from the federal treasury, and they're going to be asking to increase that borrowing authority. So they're facing some financial challenges. I used to say they were going broke. That's probably an overstatement. But it is going to be financially challenging for them. So we said, okay, how do you address that, make them competitive into the future, and we started digging into the BPA and looked at what the challenges were there. And mostly it's all the ancillary costs that we put on the BPA. Every time somebody has a good idea, we say, oh, let the BPA pay for it. Well, those add up. And so ratepayers pay for those things, whether it's the $17 billion we've spent on fish mitigation costs so far. The one thing we've not done is mitigate the costs, mitigate the dams and restored salmon runs. It is the endless litigation that goes on and the amount of money that they have to spend on what I call the salmon wars. And we said, okay, how do you control those costs? How do you get rid of this salmon wars? How do you have a pause in these while we try to recover salmon? And as we talked to people, the one answer was, you got to do what's necessary to save the salmon. So that led us into, okay, what's it going to take to save these salmon? And we started from the position of, there's got to be a way. to save these dams and also save salmon. There's got to be a way. And we dug deep, and we looked at what had been done over the last 25, 30, 40 years. Then we looked at the science. We came to the conclusion, and I firmly believe this, you are not going to restore the lower Snake River salmon runs, the endangered salmon runs that come to my district to spawn. You're not going to restore them with the dams in place. That's what every fish biologist that I know of has said. To me, the science is clear. You've got to remove the dams. Which brought us to the point, to the most controversial issue, and the thing that takes up most of the pressure on the Columbia Basin Initiative is, okay, if you're going to remove those dams, we all have to admit those dams have a value. They're used for transportation because of barging. They produce electricity, other benefits. How are you going to make the stakeholders, those who benefit from the dams in the current situation that they're in, how are you going to make them whole again, or to the extent that you can make them whole again? Which meant you're going to have to replace the power. Those potentially produce 3,000 megawatts of power. Usually it's about 800 or 900 megawatts that they produce at any given time. But they're reserve power, and when you have necessary, when you need firm power, when the demand is there, they produce that. So you're going to have to replace that power. How are you going to replace it? Well, it's interesting to note that when those dams were put in place, it was 1945 is when they were authorized by the Congress. They kept asking for funding. The Army Corps kept asking for funding for these dams every year in the appropriation bill. Congress refused to fund them. 1953, 8 years later, the chairman of the Appropriations Committee was a guy named Cannon from Missouri. Was asked, why won't you fulfill the request of the Army Corps of Engineers to start building Ice Harbor? His response was amazing. He said, because the building of this dam will mean the eventual extinction of a species. And that's something we cannot contemplate. Because once a species is gone, it's gone forever, and only God can replace it. Then 2 years later, two senators slipped in an appropriation rider for $1 million to start Ice Harbor, and that started the domino that got all four of the dams built. But we've known what was going to happen, or had a very good indication, all the way since 1953 of what was going to happen if you built these dams. And as I said, we've spent $17 billion trying to get around that. And all you see is the salmon starting to decline. I actually had a member of Congress on the floor the other day say, she was talking about, we were talking about a bill that dealt with the culverts and replacing the culverts, Derek Kilmer's bill in the House, which we passed, which I helped sponsor. She said, you know, we've got to replace these culverts and stuff, but the Snake River salmon are doing fine. I said to her, really? So what are you looking at? And she shows me last year's numbers. Last year's numbers are a tick up. But you know, it's kind of like the stock market tape. The overall is down, is a down inclination to the salmon. They are going extinct, but you'll see upticks and downticks as it goes along on this path down toward extinction. Make no mistake about it. If those dams remain, the lower Snake River dams, salmon will go extinct. At least the four runs that come into Idaho. Now, when I first presented this, people said, and some of your tribal members said, well, this sounds like it's all about Idaho. And I guess that's where I put my emphasis, because that's where the greatest challenge is. But you know, we do more than that. We put money into watershed improvements in in whether it's the Willamette Basin, the Puget Sound, the John Day drainage, the Yakima River. We put money in there to improve water quality. So it's about saving salmon altogether. And what's happened over the years, as I've read the history of these salmon, it's kind of interesting when you read what happened to salmon in England and Ireland 200 years ago, 250 years ago, what happened to the Atlantic salmon on the East Coast 100 years ago, and what's happening now. The debate is exactly the same. Some factors may change, but the debate is exactly the same. And that is, there is always enough things that affect salmon runs that you can point to something else as being the cause. So when we released this plan, we knew that the dam removal would be very controversial, and it has proven to be that. But some of those people that don't accept that say, well, it's not the dams, it's the ocean conditions. Ocean conditions are bad all over. That's true. They do affect salmon runs. The difference is that you look at the salmon river, the salmon returns on the Fraser River that has no dams. They're down from what they normally are, but they're still at a sustainable level. The problem with the four runs on the lower Snake River is when they go down, they go to extinction. That's the challenge with them. Others will say, well, it's the predators. We need to do more predator control. True, we're doing more predator control. But fish biologists will tell you to a person that I've talked to anyway, I got a letter from 68 of them or something like that, that if you did all of those things, if ocean conditions improved, if we control the predators better, if we did better on harvest, those four runs are still going to go extinct. And so what have we done over the last 25 years? Collaborative after collaborative after collaborative. And I don't mean to criticize those. They have recommended some good things that needed to be done. But they refuse to address the big elephant sitting in the corner of the room. And they tell me because they couldn't get consensus on that. If you're waiting for consensus on removing the dams, salmon are gone. The reality is it's just got to get done if you're going to save these salmon. But the collaboratives over the years have been a way of, well, I hate to attribute motives to people, but what they've done is delay what needs to be done and say, well, we've addressed the issue. We've decided that you need to improve habitat. Hey, everybody can agree with that. We can all come to an agreement on that. We can put some money in to improve habitat. Well, we need to get rid of the culverts that are old and undersized and so forth. Hey, we all agree with that. We can get that done. We need to control predators better. Okay, we'll all agree with that. But then all the collaborators break down when it comes to what are you going to do about the dams on the lower Snake River? Because they can't come to consensus. If that's what we're waiting for, we're never going to get there. That's why this is important. That's why this debate needs to happen now. That's why we introduced it last February, to start this debate. And I will tell you in all honesty, I don't care whether they call it the Simpson Columbia Basin Initiative or some other title. I don't care if they take my name completely out of it. I just want it done. And I will continue to work with you hard to make sure that we can get it done. But it is a challenge. Then there are people who say, well, we need better science. You know the old story. Good science is science that reinforces what I believe. Bad science is that makes me challenge what I believe or detracts from what I believe. And if we're just waiting for science that will agree with what you say, that we don't need to remove the dams, I don't know if that science is going to come. The science is done on this. If you look at the efforts that have been put into this by fish biologists and all the studies that have been done, the science is done. Now we need to act. So I'm tired of those people that say, we just need better science. And I'm tired of people that say there are other things that we need to do, like predator control, like removing or improving habitat, so forth and so on. If all those things are true, they're not going to recover salmon, as I said. I'm tired of people who have said, I want salmon back as much as you do, but aren't willing to take the steps necessary to do it. What they kind of mean is, I want the salmon back as much as you do. It's as important to me as it is to you. So I want to do everything we can to restore salmon, as long as I don't have to change anything I'm doing. That's not going to happen. We're going to have to change what we're doing. And as I said, everything we do on the Columbia River, we can do differently, but we are human beings. Somebody mentioned it earlier today in the talk that we don't like change. I kind of like the sun to come up tomorrow approximately where it did today. So as human beings, we're kind of resistant to change. I had one individual say to me, why do you want to upset a system that's working? He happened to be a grain producer in Idaho. And he said, why do you want to upset a system that's working? I said, it might be working for you, but it's certainly not working for salmon. And it's certainly not working for the Pacific Northwest. Now my question to you is, can we find a way that you can get grain to Portland as cheaply as you can now? And yes, we can. So why would you oppose that? Because it involves change. Change means uncertainty. When Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence, he said in there that men are more predisposed to suffer evils while sufferable than to right themselves and correct them. That's the way we are. As long as things don't hurt too much, we can suffer through some of those evils. But unfortunately, we can't go on much longer. These salmon need to be recovered now. As I've read the Nez Perce study and some of the other things, we don't have that many years left. And I'm certain that there are members, or individuals, not members, but individuals out there who will tell you, I'd like to see salmon recovered also, when what they really mean is, I hope these damn things go extinct fast so that we can get this debate over with and get on with our business. And that's sad. But I do believe a majority of the people in the Pacific Northwest want to see salmon maintained. But as I said, one of the biggest challenges in our bill, and why it costs $33.5 billion, not an insignificant amount of money, is you're going to have to replace the power. You're going to have to replace the transportation system that gets grain down the river. We can do those things. We're going to have to address the recreational opportunities that people have along the lower Snake River. There's a lot of things that you're going to have to address. Each of those costs a little money. And also putting money into cleaning up the water quality and so forth is very important. But as the last, 5 months, 6 months, since we introduced the Columbia Basin Initiative, as I said, the response we've got is about what I expected. We knew that there would be some people that would say, hell no, never going to remove those dams. Why do I know that? 25 years ago, that's where I was. When I was Speaker of the House in Idaho, as was mentioned by Vice Chairman Wheeler, they started looking at removing dams in the late 1990s. I was Speaker of the House in Idaho, and I can remember when the first person that said that to me, I started to laugh. I said, we're not going to take those dams out. You got to be crazy. I said, we need to do everything that we can to recover salmon before you take that last major irretrievable step. That's where I was 25 years ago. And over the last 25 years, we've done everything you can do. I had not a doctor, excuse me. I used to be a dentist, so I was kind of a doctor, semi-doctor. But they brought the head of the National Farm Bureau out to tour the dams. Afterwards, he said, well, it seems like Dr. Simpson wants to prescribe a heart transplant for a patient that just needs some more medication. I read that. I said, really? I said, give me the medication. Tell me what it is that we haven't tried. Every person that I've talked to, every group that I've talked to, whether they're pro-dam removal or anti-dam removal, I said, if you got a better idea, let me know. If you got a magic wand to restore salmon, I'd like to know about it. If you've got a way to keep the dams in place and still restore salmon, fine. Let me hear it. But it's got to be something that's real, that will restore salmon, and not just more of the stuff that we've tried in the past. And I'm not critical of the stuff we've tried in the past. It just hasn't worked. And so you have more and more collaboratives. We now have the 4 Governors Collaborative. I don't know how long that will go on or what their recommendation will be. Will they have the nerve to say, you know what, we need to follow the science and we've got to take these dams out? I don't know. State of Idaho, Governor Little put together a salmon working group that met for like 18 months, talked about a whole bunch of different ideas. And they came up with some good ideas, things that need to be done. But they wouldn't address that elephant in the corner of the room. Because they said, well, we can't reach consensus on that. Eventually, you just got to do it. That's where we are now. You know, I had an uncle. I still have an uncle. I shouldn't say had. Makes him sound like he's gone. His family and my family, or my father's family, our 2 families are very close. We spent our summers up at Redfish Lake, a place I love dearly. And I've always thought, you know, I'd love to see why they call Redfish Lake Redfish Lake. I can remember the year that they brought back 1 sockeye salmon came back. They call it Lonesome Larry, if you remember. But my Uncle Farrell's family and my dad, they were very, very close. We went on vacations together. We did everything together. And my Uncle Farrell's wife has since died. He was an engineer out to the Idaho National Laboratory, Farrell was. And my dad has died. So my mom and Farrell get together periodically, about every Monday, and go to lunch at some restaurant around town. And just shoot the bull about what's going on and that kind of stuff. They like me to come occasionally because they like to know what's going on in Washington, D.C., and they like to complain about what's going on, and so I go listen to them and stuff. And in November, they asked me, well, what's going to happen in Washington come the first of the year? I said, well, all crap's going to hit the fan. And Farrell looked at me and said, and my uncle and my dad loved the outdoors. They loved to hunt. They didn't fish so much, but they loved to hunt. They loved to ride horses into the wilderness. They just loved to spend time outdoors. I always said my dad was born about 100 years too late because he loved outdoors. So I said, well, all crap's going to hit the fan come January. Farrell said, well, why is that? I said, well, I'm going to introduce a plan to restore Idaho salmon runs, and it's going to involve removal of the 4 lower Snake River dams. And he looked at me and says, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I said, really? Stupidest thing you've ever heard? And so we talked about it for a little bit. He says, well, we need the power. I said, we can replace the power. When those dams were built, the option was hydropower or coal. And they built them for national defense reasons because of the Hanford nuclear reservation. There are a gazillion ways to replace that power now, different ways to produce power. We can do that. And then I just kind of let it die. And we had lunch, and he and Mom started talking. And the four of them, my mom and Dad and Uncle Farrell and Aunt Catherine, used to go on horseback rides up into the wilderness. And they'd go for 3 or 4 days. One time I had to call the Forest Service and have them located because we thought that they'd got lost somewhere. But they just loved doing that. And Farrell said to Mom, remember that time we were up on that ridge? And I can't remember what area they were in, but we were up on that ridge and we looked down on this creek that we saw down there, and there were these big black rocks in this creek. And then as we sat and looked at them, we said, man, those rocks are moving. And we realized they were salmon. So we went down by the water and sat, and he says, we spent all afternoon just watching these salmon, kind of playing with them and a few things. He said it was just amazing. And Mom said, yeah, that was special and stuff. And lunch went on when it was done, and I paid the bill, as is usually the case when I go. I don't know why, but anyway, when it was done and we were walking out, I said to Farrell, those sound like some really great times that you and Dad and Mom and Aunt Catherine had up in the wilderness. He said, yeah, they're great memories. And I said to him, would you like your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren to be able to create those same kind of memories? And he looked at me with tears in his eyes. Said, I would. He's now one of the strongest supporters of this. The challenge is, I can't talk to millions of people one-on-one. So it takes all of us to do this. It's going to take all of us to get this job done. And it's going to be continual. And as I said, your story, I think, is the iconic story that has to be told. That people have to understand. That for you, this is not just saving an endangered species. This is saving a way of life. An important way of life. One that we cannot let disappear. That's why I've been so supportive of things like the show bands are now have a Bannock-only education area where all the students have to speak Bannock all the time. It's important that we preserve these languages. We can't let them die. But that's an important story that you have to tell. And only you can tell it. So I appreciate the dedication and the effort that you all put into this. I know it's hard work. As I said, I've been working on this for like 4 years in serious effort. You've been working on this for 40 or 50 years or even longer. But I'm with you. I questioned whether I should tell you this or not in conclusion, because I thought you'd probably think I was making this up, but I'm not. It's a true story. And if anybody understands it, you probably will. As I said, we go through manic depressive times in our office about, why are we doing this? And okay, we got to do this, and things are looking up, and et cetera, et cetera. And I should say, we are making headway. We are making headway with people. I talked to the grain growers in McCall not too long ago, a group that is not supportive of what we're trying to do, but they were respectful and we had a good conversation. And afterwards, a couple guys came up to me and said, I came up here as a hell no, we're never going to take the dams out, but you've given me something to think about. And we need to discuss this. That's the best I can hope for. is to get people talking about this. If we've done nothing else, if this initiative never gets enacted, and if something else gets done, the one thing we have started is the conversation in a serious manner that is occurring in the Pacific Northwest. But what I was going to say is one of those down days that I was having, I went to bed that night and I had a dream. And I woke up and I was just exhausted. The dream was I was on a mountainside and I was traveling down a path, down this mountain, dangerous path, and it was completely dark. I couldn't see the path, so I just had to kind of feel my way along it. And it was very stressful. But in the end, I got down the mountain and came into this beautiful meadow. And I woke up, like I said, I was exhausted, and it kind of hit me. That's where we are. We're on a path. We might not be able to see the path forward, but we are on a path, and if we keep moving, we will come to that meadow. We will not let these fish go extinct. And to paraphrase what Winston Churchill said, we will never, never, never give up. Thank you all.
All right. Didn't even blink an eye after lunch. Usually you kind of get to that after lunch presentation, you're like, oh, but not today. So we'd like to take this opportunity to really open it up. The whole point of this summit is to take action and to find a solution. So we want to take this opportunity to really have this open dialogue and conversation, and fortunately, we have time to do that. So we have some microphones up here. We just want to open it up. We have our tribal leaders forward. If you had something you wanted to say earlier, you didn't get your chance, you have questions, let's open up the conversation. Let's discuss this. Let's make plans. That's what we're here to do today. So,
Could I say one more thing before you?
Yes, please.
Let me say one more thing. I didn't address this, but I should. When we started this 4 years ago, we didn't know who would be president, who would control the House, who would control the Senate. We didn't know any of that kind of stuff. When they started talking last year about an infrastructure package, about a jobs package or whatever, and it was in the trillions of dollars, we looked at it and said, hey, this might be an opportunity to get the $33.5 billion put aside in a piece of legislation and put aside so that it couldn't be used until we came up with the plan, whatever that is. Because frankly, if we started writing this bill, my plan today, it'd probably take us a year to write the bill. So it's going to take a while to get that done, but we would have the money set aside. And that was what we were talking about at the time. I found that where I thought there would be some excitement from some people about it, there was not. And the reason was, I found out in talking to some other people, is that they felt like if they supported putting the $33.5 billion in a Columbia Basin initiative, that it would mean that they supported everything in my bill. And I kept telling them, that's not the issue. I just want the money set aside so that it will be there once we come up with a plan. Well, as you know, we're still hashing things out in Washington, so I don't know whether we will be able to get any money in for a Columbia Basin Initiative or restoration project or whatever you want to call it in this infrastructure bill or in any of the other bills that are coming along. But that doesn't mean this dies. Some people think if we stop them from getting the money in the infrastructure bill, then this is dead. That's not true. There are a variety of different ways to get this done. The easiest way or the most efficient way is to have the money there before you start doing it. But if we don't, we don't. As I said, we don't give up on this. You don't give up on this. We will get it done one way or another. But it is not, we didn't put this together based on the Biden infrastructure bill or anything else. We had no idea who was going to be president or anything else when we started this. We just looked at that as an opportunity. So if people say, well, they didn't get the money in the infrastructure bill, so I guess they're dead, that's not the case.
Okay, so just to clarify, any questions or comments directed toward Simpson is acceptable. That's kind of what we're here to do and work on this together. So is there anybody that would like to come forward first?
Well, not any comments.
Tread lightly.
Testing, how do you turn this on? Is it on? Yeah. I just want to real quickly mention, I know it's probably been talked about before, was you mentioned Nathan Small. And as you're aware, Mike Simpson, that Department of Energy is right located next to us, INL, right? It's our neighbor up there. And also there are so much projects going on over there. Scientific technology, and there's the reactors. They're building small reactor projects that could offset the hydro and could still provide all this, generate the utilities, electricity, et cetera, which hydropower is doing. And I'm sure you guys all thought of that, but that might be a way to work with them and to get them involved and find a way to offset so we won't lose what's happening with the hydropower and still take out those 4 dams on the Lower Snake and fulfill them with the hydro. I think that's one concept of a solution that I'm just throwing out there. But I would like Danny to come talk. Dan Stone, he's one of our champion leaders he traveled long ways, him and Chad Coulter. So I didn't want to put him on the spot, but he better come up here and say a few words. Thank you.
No, this is a really great summit. I appreciate everybody for having us. I think kind of in our way, it's always customary to, tread lightly when you're in somebody else's territory. We acknowledge the Squaxin, all the people out here on the Puget, everybody up and down the river whose country we traveled through to get here. It's about 12 hours from the headwaters of the Snake over where we're at. That's our country. It's a long ways, and we notice change. And another thing that you notice when you see change on a scale like we're seeing this year, with oppressive heat, low water, drought conditions, is you notice that everybody along the river is in dire need of help. Whether it's tribal communities that we've passed, the rural communities that have been overlooked by economic development. They're like the freeway version of a flyover state in some of these places, like Grand Ronde, the Upper Powder, Baker, Ontario. And what we came to in that 12-hour drive was that this debate is really it's a debate about value systems. What do we as a region value? I know as tribal communities, our value systems tend to be a little different, but we can all agree on some common threads. We all need clean water. We all need cold water. We can't live outside of the natural environment. We live within it. If anything, this year is a demonstration of that. Mother Nature is a part of our existence. We can't just air condition our way out of a heat dome, the same way we can't farm our way out of a food crisis. And so what we're talking about is change. Change at a fundamental level, at a systemic level, addressing things that haven't been addressed for decades. And of course, you're going to come up with some forms of resistance to that. And I can't put it any better than what Congressman Simpson had said. Typically, it's that idea of change that scares people more than the change itself. When we decide what kind of energy system is going to replace the current hydropower system, people's lights will still turn on and off. People are still going to have access to the grid, and it's going to be better than it was before. And they won't notice that piece of change. When we figure out how to get a grain to market without putting it on a barge or a truck, people are going to be okay with that change. The market is going to behave the way it did before. And at the end of the day, when we finally figure out how to develop communities around river systems by restoring 140 miles worth of reservoir into a river, the recreational community is going to be okay with that change too. It's going to become a part of people's way of life. From a tribal perspective, all of these things are consistent with our value system. The power of gathering everyone here today, whether it's online, digital, or you're in the room today, is that we have another value for these fish that's going to be better than it is before. We talk a lot about, in these plans, keeping people whole, that are whole now. Very rarely do we talk about making tribal communities whole who have suffered for a century with no fish, who have suffered through 7 generations of trauma and stolen land and missing and murdered and all of the issues that go along with our communities, that you can tie back to the loss of our connection to the landscape, the cultural geography, and the subsistence foods we need for our communities to thrive. So when we talk about what this means, it's not just about removing 4 dams, it's about restoring a river, a way of life, and reconnecting the ocean where we are now to the headwaters of the Snake, where I'm from. So with that, I'll let other leaders take a chance.
So, Congressman Ron Allen, Jamestown again. I want to talk a little strategy. So, we've heard the criticism by the Washington delegation, your colleagues, Kathy McMorris Rogers and Dan Newhouse, et cetera. Am I assuming correct that you're already engaging with them, that these dams are in Washington? And of course, we've got Governor Shop here represented and a couple of our senators engaged. So how do you see getting the dialogue going in that congressional forum, both in your House and also with the senatorial colleagues?
Well, that's a good question. Over the last 3 years, we've had probably now it's up to 500 meetings with different stakeholders, different groups, different individuals, with members of Congress. I think we've briefed every member of Congress from the Pacific Northwest, almost every member anyway, about what we were doing. I didn't expect Congresswoman McMorris Rogers or Congressman Newhouse to come in and say, man, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Dams are in their district. I was disappointed in some of their comments that they've made. One of the things they did is one of the environmental groups FOIA'd the emails between our office and the governor of Oregon. And of course, we'd talked to her fish people a lot of times, and when I've told Kathy and Dan all along exactly what we were doing. And I said, if you're going to end the lawsuits here, you got to go talk to the people that are filing the lawsuits and find out what's it going to take. Oregon's always involved in the lawsuits, it seemed like. So we talked to them extensively. We talked to some of the environmental groups that are always in the lawsuits. We talked to a lot of the tribes that sometimes file lawsuits and so forth. And so what's it going to take to end these lawsuits? So there was a lot of communication between us and them. And then, so they FOIA'd this request, which I thought was kind of funny. All they had to do was ask us, and we would have given them the information. I mean, we're not trying to keep anything secret. But so Dan and Kathy put out a press release, said that, aha, Simpson says he's being transparent transparent, but what he's been doing is secretly collaborating with the governor of Oregon to put this plan together. That's the only time I've got really pissed off, to tell you the truth, because they know it's not true. And I have been open with them. I have been, as I said, we've briefed either the other members or their staffs. Earl Blumenauer has signed on to this, not necessarily to the Columbia Basin Initiative, but to the need to address this issue. There are some things within what I've proposed that he disagrees with, but you know what? We can work those out as long as you agree we got to solve this problem. And saving salmon is going to require removal of dams. He understands that. But it is, understand also that politicians are naturally averse to risk. We can say the right things all the time, but when it comes time to make a decision, particularly a difficult decision, particularly one that carries political risks, we'd just as soon not have to do it. I don't say that of others, I say that of all of us, me included. But you know what? The time for talking is over. It's time for action now. So we'll continue to talk to these members, but frankly, if I'm the only one talking to them, they're going to wonder why they want to step out off this cliff, you know. What they need to know is that there's support out there for that. They need you to talk to them to let them know, wait a minute, what we're talking about here is solving a problem, and that's what members of Congress should do. I look at this as part of my job. I'm not a hero or anything else. I'm just doing my job. And my job is when I see a problem, I should try to solve it. And I should listen to people and see how we can do that. If you're not doing that, then why the hell were you elected? So
I think the comment, the time for talking is over, time of doing things, it makes sense. The doing things is to, in my opinion, is to engage in the stakeholders who have an interest and have concerns, A, B, and C, whatever they are, whatever interest group that they represent. So when I look at the $1.5 billion initiative by the 4 dams and the estimates that come into it, I don't think any of your colleagues in both houses would disagree that there's no way in hell is the salmon can disappear on our watch. So that's an easy one.
Yep.
It's what do you do about it? So first things that come to mind is how do we initiate the dialogue of the interest groups to talk about the strategy of how to implement it to remove dam A, B, and C. And whose interest is concerned and how is it addressed? So the first thing that comes to my mind is that we need money to do that. And we need a lead entity, agency, et cetera, to do that. I don't know the answer to that. But I can tell you, because Reclamation has a big dog in this fight, they're not the ones to take the lead, because they have all the biggest reasons why not, as opposed to how to. Yeah. So now, do they have to be at the table? Absolutely. So I don't have an answer here, but I also I think that the tribes would love to be able to take the lead, but we have a trust issue that's out there in the non-Indian sector. Yep. You know, in all candor, I can hear them saying, "What the hell are them Indians up to?"
Yep.
Okay, but we have to be at the table because we have rights. We have treaty rights.
Yep.
Okay, but set aside the treaty right, we care about the dam resource, and that's what your point is, right? So now, how do we make that happen? And I don't have an answer, but I kind of want to put this on the table as a matter of strategy, and we may not, Shannon, we may not come out of this 2 days with the answer, but I think we have to get closer to the answer to urging you and your colleagues to appropriate money for us to get the job done.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work, and I know you know that, to bring those parties together to engage in that conversation in those kinds of forums. The three governors have a high interest in this thing, and so we need their offices in the conversation. Your colleagues, their offices got to be in the conversation, and all the other stakeholders. So I just want to throw that out, that at least a meaningful first step, money to help us orchestrate the implementation of a plan, because we have to have a plan, right? I've been through it in my backyard with the lower Elwha dams, the engineering and all the other interest groups, et cetera. How do you do that?
Yeah.
The sentiment, and so there's lots of issues that have to be engineered and worked out.
Right.
So, but you have to deal with the stakeholders, dial down the anxiety. And to me, we need to get there. So we need resources to do that. I would encourage that be a part of the initial first steps. Now maybe I'm out of sync here with where you and your team and those that are on this bandwagon. And I haven't been tracking as close as you have, Shannon. But those are the things that come to my mind. Just my observation.
And I appreciate those comments. It is a good question. It's essentially where do we go from here? How do we get people involved and stuff? We can do more of this just talking to people and that kind of thing, but we actually need some action. And maybe let me give some thought about how me and my team have been so concentrated on trying to get these resources into this infrastructure bill that we haven't really thought about where do we go if we don't do this, although there are, as I said, other ways to do it. But planning a strategy is obviously something that needs to get done. What I don't want to occur is putting some money into something and say, okay, it turns into another collaborative. If we do another collaborative, it's going to be the same result that all the other 25 collaboratives in the past have come up with. If it is a strategy, if it is a group that is a strategy of how do we, for lack of a better term, how do we sell this, and the need to remove the dams, and how do we restore the salmon, then that's a different story. But that's something that we need to give some thought to. But what you said is absolutely true. I believe that the tribes have to be central in the decision-making process of anything that we do. That's why part of our plan here is we've taken fish management away from the Bonneville Power Administration in our proposal and put it into a fish and wildlife fund that would get $600 million a year from BPA, but it would be controlled equally by a representative from the 4 states and 4 tribal members. Because you have to have an equal voice in this. And that, to me, is one of the critical points. But what you talk about is important. And I have to give that some more thought. But appreciate it.
Congressman Simpson. My name is Virgil Lewis, Sr. I'm the Vice Chairman for the Yakama Nation Tribal Council. And I like the words that you spoke. Very, very informative, and I appreciate the sincerity. I guess the thing that I'm looking at is your proposal to put management back where it should belong, meaning the tribes themselves. All of us as salmon people have been managing the resource for decades, decades, and decades. If it wasn't for the tribes stepping up as co-managers of the resource, the salmon would not be where they're at today.
Yep.
They would be gone. But now that we're stepping up, we've stepped up and helped keep the salmon populations to a point to where hopefully they will not go extinct in my lifetime. I like your story about your father or your grandfather.
My father and my uncle, yeah.
I like that story. I have the similar situation up in our closed area. We have spring Chinook salmon that swim up the Klickitat River up to the headwaters. When I was a boy, my father took us up there, me and my brothers, to the headwaters of the Klickitat River and took us down near the edge of the water. And I could see those salmon swimming right there in the clear water. There were dozens of them in that shallow water just swimming. And I asked my dad, I said, Dad, how come we don't catch them? They said, no, you leave them alone. They're going to be spawning for future generations. I drive up there now, and I don't see anything. But we have a hatchery down in the lower Klickitat River that is working to rebuild the resource. It's taking time.
Yep.
We also are transporting sockeye from Priest Rapids Dam up to Lake Cle Elum, letting them go in Lake Cle Elum so that they spawn naturally, and it's working. We're reintroducing sockeye salmon in the Yakima River that have been extirpated from the Yakima River. But it's slowly working. We're rebuilding the resource. I guess knowing the situation and the long battle that you have, we all have, to convince people that this is a good thing for the Northwest. And thinking about your story, I guess perhaps you need to talk to your constituents in that manner. All of your constituents that you seek to support from, I guess you need to talk to them on a one-on-one level. Those that have the communities that they represent, if they can understand exactly where you're coming from and what their generations are going to lose should they not support this effort, maybe they will open their eyes and see exactly what you see, what I see, what we all see in this room. Because if we lose this resource and our future generations aren't able to see a small part of what I've seen growing up or a small part of what you've seen growing up, then we're not doing our job. As you stated, I was elected. If I'm elected to represent people, I'm not doing my job if I don't speak up and say something. I guess the question I have for you, based on what you've seen so far, and knowing how Congress acts sometimes, should it be approved that your supporters agree that, yes, this needs to move forward? Could you give a rough estimate of how long it would take for this to begin actually moving?
Would be a really rough estimate. Congress is the most unpredictable thing in the world. I've been one of those that hopes that at some point in time we can get away from the partisanship and actually get back to doing the people's business. When I came 20 years ago or 23 years ago, parties worked across the aisle. I mean, Democrats had certain philosophies, Republicans had certain philosophies, that's okay. But we worked across the aisle to solve problems, and over the last 20 years, this has gotten more and more partisan. So a prediction of how it would happen, I think it has to be done within the next year. This year and next year, before the next election. I think something has to be done. I will tell you in all honesty, I'm contemplating whether I should say this or not, but I will. I think Republicans are going to take over the House next year, just given history, all that kind of stuff. I think this would be very hard to pass through a Republican House. So I think it needs to be done this year or next year. And so it's a lot of work to do between now and then. But, we've been out speaking to our constituents. I've met with county commissioners all across southern Idaho. And like I said, I've met with different groups. I've had... it might not surprise you that I've had some of my best supporters over the years that have been lifelong supporters call me up and say, you're never going to get reelected if you pursue this. There's no way you can get reelected. And my answer to them is, you know what? So be it. My job is to try to solve a problem. And it's a small sacrifice if I lose my seat and we get this job done. That's fine. I'm fine with that. But it's going to be challenging, for sure. And whether I win re-election or not, next May is our primary. If I win re-election or not, I'm either going to be working on this as a member of Congress or as a private citizen. Because I don't give up easy. So these conversations are ones that need to happen. You know, when you sit down in a room with 10, 12 people, you can have a reasonable conversation. And people will they'll still bring up their objections and that kind of stuff, and you can sit and talk to them and say, well, wait a minute, does that really make sense? I went up to a person's house that is up in Rexburg. She's been a supporter of mine forever. She's worried about my re-election chances. And I said, bring some of your friends that are talking to you about this and complaining about this over to your house. So I went up and spent a couple hours with them one afternoon. I won't say that they all supported this afterwards, but they were all mellower, is I guess the best way to say it. They were all saying, well, maybe there is something to this. I'm not just out, you know, trying to remove dams because I think it'd be fun. I'm trying to do it because it's necessary. So what you say makes sense. And but it's not just me, it's others that need to be out making that. You would be surprised how many members of Congress have come up to me, some from this very state, and said, I kind of like what you're doing, what you're proposing, but I can't publicly say that because my constituents aren't there yet. And I appreciate that, but your constituents are never going to get there unless you talk to them about it, you know. But as I said, politicians are relatively risk averse.
Well, Congressman, I appreciate your sincerity, your honesty. It's refreshing to know that there is someone there that will tell you straight out what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Appreciate that.
I represent 11,000 enrolled Yakimas. And when we have a meeting, I know what you're talking about because the people that come to our general council meetings, the enrolled Yakimas that come to our meetings, a lot of them are against no matter what I say when I get up in front of them. Yep. They'll oppose me no matter what. If it's for the betterment of the tribe, they'll oppose me. Why? I don't know. Maybe they don't like the way that I look or the way that I talk, whatever the case may be. But the reason I ask about a timeline, a possible timeline, I've been doing something on my own that's been going to benefit the Columbia River, and I've mentioned it to a few of the Columbia River tribes, that we need to pursue dredging Zone 6 from McNary Dam down to Bonneville.
Yep.
It has never been dredged before, ever.
Never?
Never. The sediment is building up in Zone 6 at all the confluences. It's creating a hazard for our fishermen by changing the main stem course of the Columbia River. And if Zone 6 was dredged, it would create a more free-flowing Columbia River. And when the juvenile salmon come out into the main stem Columbia River, they'll go out to the ocean healthier.
Yeah.
They'll get out there faster.
Exactly.
And when the adults come back, they'll be healthier. They'll come back to a cleaner river, a colder river, and they'll be able to go to their spawning grounds. So I've been pushing on that for the past couple of years. Well, I have a staff member that's working, that's his sole job, is to work on that and get support for that. The reason I say this is because I know with this proposal, when it does become reality, then we can start looking at dredging, but I'm doing it now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do something now on the main stem Columbia for the benefit of the salmon resource. And all the resources up above it. So when
Yeah.
you talk about doing something now, that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I did not know that there'd been no dredging on the lower 4 Columbia River dams. Part of the cost of removing the dams is you're going to have to dredge behind them first, so you're not washing a whole bunch of silt down the river and stuff. So we put resources in there for that. But that's something that we need to talk about in the future of what we might be able to do along those lines.
Thank you for your time, sir.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman. Justin Parker.
Is that on?
Is it on? Move. Jeez, my lips are on it. Jeez. So.
Yeah.
So thank you, Congressman. Appreciate you taking time out of your next couple days for attending this summit and then talking about the importance and the how relevant the tribes are to the conversation. And so I go back to 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. Congressman Kilmer had out your colleagues at the time, Chairwoman Betty McCollum, Ranking Member David Joyce, bipartisan party coming out to tour. Our Western Washington, we had them at Lower Elwha, out at Jamestown. And one of the things, one of the stories that we're telling was that, 170 years ago, when we signed those treaties, 1854 and 1855, it wasn't the tribes that created all these habitat problems that we're dealing with, but we're at the forefront of fixing them.
Yep.
You heard Ron's example about, they came in, tried to straighten out his watershed. Well, you can't. You have to have the meandering, the shade, so on and so forth. And so tribes, you including the tribes as part of this, is really huge for us as Executive Director of Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission and our 20-member tribes in Western Washington. Waiting for the 4 tribes in the Columbia River to really make this push. I've had many conversations with Vice Chairman Wheeler, Chairman Forsman, Chairman Allen, and so I'm glad we're getting to the strategic part of it, because that's really where I want to jump in, where we can go, because right now it's really hard to wrap our head around the framework aspect, the outline, if you will, that you put together. I'm really looking forward to the pen to paper. In theory, I think our guys could quickly get behind this. There are some concerns. There's no question about it. 35-year moratorium on the litigation is going to be an issue for some folks. The voluntary systems, we've tried that through Department of Ag and so on and so forth. Voluntary programs does not work for private landowners. So there are some concerns, but there is a lot of good. There's a lot to unbundle there. And I guess Mike, and where Virgil was going to this, as we start putting pen to paper and start moving this, and I tried to impress upon your chief of staff when we met with him, I don't know, Leonard, two months ago maybe it was, we really need to see that text.
Right.
Conceptually is one thing, but when he's really talking about legislation,
right,
having that text, being able to give that a full analysis and get behind it, or call out certain areas where it can be a concern. So my in getting to Virgil's point again, where you're saying that it's got to happen this year or next year, but by the time our next election, so I'm understanding that, so that's helpful. But even if we were to get past, say, out of committee, ultimately out of the full House on the floor, and maybe this is a question for Sean, but what I'm concerned about is the bird rule. What happens in terms of when it comes to budget reconciliation on the Senate side, when it comes to multiple jurisdictions, how do we get over that hump and trying to package it together? Or are we better off, and this is what I was throwing out to Vice Chairman Wheeler a few weeks ago, is there bite-sized pieces that we should be focusing on instead of trying to put everything into one package and try to advance it? I know there's some individual bills, like you mentioned, Cantwell's bill that she's advancing relative to culverts. So is there other ways we can go about doing this? So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Well, it's if you break it up to individual parts, the problem is you'll pass the easy parts and not the hard parts. And it's the hard parts that you need to pass, and sometimes you need those easy parts to drag the hard part across the finish line. Now, you're right, Sean could probably answer better what happens in the Senate. I don't understand the rules of the Senate, never have, never wanted to be a senator. And the rules of the House are if you got 218 votes, you can do anything. So I worry about trying to get it through the House more than anything right now, and I'll worry about the Senate when that occurs. But certainly an issue we need to be looking at in the future about how we're going to do that. But you're right. The reason we release this as a concept and not a piece of legislation is it's very complicated. And there are parts of it that and I wanted the people of the Pacific Northwest to discuss it and say, yeah, this is good. This doesn't make sense here. Okay, then what makes sense here? So that's the discussion we need to have before we start putting something down on legislative paper. If I had drafted this legislation and introduced it, it would mean that I'm ready to go. This is what I've got, and I'm ready to go with it, I didn't want that. I wanted this concept out there so that we could have a full discussion on it. And as much as I hate to admit that we haven't done a perfect job, because everything I do I thought was perfect, but we need input, and we need suggestions, and we need ideas. The 35-year moratorium on lawsuits is what we're trying to do is kind of end the salmon wars for a while, kind of have a stalemate a pause for a while we're recovering these salmon and see how it goes. Maybe that's the wrong way to do it. I don't know. If there's a better way, fine. I'm open to ideas and suggestions and stuff, and that's why we've been talking to an awful lot of people, including some of your people, about what the ideas are and what we might be able to do to make it, to address some of the concerns some people have. Did the green light come on? Okay. I'll sit down for just a minute.
Okay. Yeah. We'll let you take a load off there. I really appreciate everybody engaging in this conversation, and it's a lot of the things that we've been throwing around are being brought out, which is important if we're going to get to meeting your your mission. It's a mission of yours, and I think the dream was this. Obviously, the Creator working through you, and so here we are. But I'm Leonard Forsman, Chairman of Squaxin Tribe, AT&I President, and I think that this has already been brought up. But when you talk to the Washington delegation or representatives, they do talk about the obstacles, and those political obstacles, obviously, PUDs, the port commissioners, and just in general, it's a principal issue. Like it can be, First Amendment, Second Amendment, right to life, whatever. It's like there's no either or. You either are for keeping all the dams forever, or you're for taking them all out. Well, I don't think that's necessarily true in this case, but what we run into is like, I don't care if the dam is, non-producing. I don't want to set that precedent. I think Ron and Elwha would say the same thing. Same thing you ran up against Elwha. It was like there was more people just against the principle than the actual facility, what the facility was worth. So. Preserving the facility. So I know we can get over that, but I just know that that's what I hear is, okay, what do we do about the ports? What do we do about the PUDs? What do we do about ag? And they're saying we got to take care of that first. Now, that means more time, which I don't necessarily, when we hear the presentations tomorrow, we don't have a ton of time as far as extinction schedule is concerned. So that's another thing that kind of pushes up against that. So when I was on the Orca Task Force appointed by Governor Inslee, there was a lot of discussion about breaching removal, and there was also the associations, especially like the Ports Association, would make statements on behalf of their membership that we oppose this. So the battle lines were kind of drawn there. So we need to get in and that conversation about the practicality, I guess, and feasibility of doing this that message needs to be brought. So if you had any more comments on that, I'd be appreciated. Thank you.
You're right. That is one of the things. It involves change, and it's going to affect some people. And if you own the barging system, that's a problem. We've actually got a way that I think that we could make the bargers whole in doing this. They probably have more transportation from the Columbia the rest of the way down than they do currently. They could probably make up for that. But, you know, we've known from the start that you got to take care of agriculture, you got to take care of the power generation, the ports and other things. That's why this bill costs so damn much, is trying to take care of those entities. But is $33.5 billion too much? As I said, we've spent $17 billion so far, and the one thing we haven't done is recover salmon. Do we want to spend another 17 over the next 10 years and still not recover salmon, or do we want some results? And if you're looking at an infrastructure package that they say now is anywhere in the neighborhood, I don't know, 2 trillion, 1 trillion, whatever, is $33 billion too much to ask for the Pacific Northwest to reconfigure how we're doing things? I don't think so. So people put costs on it about, oh yeah, this is just an incredible amount and we ought to do other things that don't cost as much. Well, okay, give me something. Tell me what the answer is. But you're right, it is, you have to address those things. And when I say a year and a half, I say to get legislation done, not to take the dams out. That's going to take a while because there's a lot of work that needs to, even if you pass this bill tomorrow, there's a lot of work that would need to be done prior to that. You'd need to dredge behind the dams to remove the silt and all that kind of stuff. I think you need to have the power in place before you remove the dams. You need to have the transportation system ready to go before you remove the dams. So that wouldn't be the first thing. All of a sudden we go in and take the dams out. There would be a lot of work that needed to be done prior to doing that.
Well, I going back to Ron Allen, Jamestown again. Yeah, is it on? What? Get a little closer. Now you're good. Okay, I feel like a macaw now. A little too close to this mic. We can hear you now. Okay. That's something that Congressman, no one has ever said. They've accused me of not being loud enough. So, where's Ernie? There he is. Anyhow, going to the cost and assessing the cost. So that's kind of what I was getting at with regard to. We need the resources to assess what is perceived to be the impact.
Right.
And as an example, when we took the 2 dams out in my backyard, they were freaked out about their power cost was going to rise. Well, we negotiated a deal with Bonneville, and we got lower costs. So it was a win for these guys who thought they were going to lose their valuable local power.
Right.
So you can't know what the solution is until you know what they're worried about. So on a power issue, on the ag issue, it's a different agenda. So how much water do you need, and then what's the solution to make sure that you got the water when you need it?
Yep.
And saying the obvious to you, it's always during the summer months, right? That's the most thing. That's the most they're worried about in the summer and early fall months. And that's what we're worried about because we got to have water to get the salmon up the river. So where do you find that balance? So until we know what that is, then we can't sort out, that okay, we've solved this problem. So that we dial down that anxiety level on that topic, and so that's a lot of work to get those things sorted out. Those are the 2 biggies, quite frankly.
Yeah.
The ag guys and the irrigation
Right.
needs, and the power guys with regard to their needs. And of course, there is transportation issues. There's true that.
Yep.
Is that really a problem or not a problem in terms of what the solution is? So,
Yep.
I'm really on board with how do we get this moving. And so, if we got money in the infrastructure bill, your numbers and a set or example is probably accurate at the end of the day, because we're talking trillions.
Yeah.
So we just got to make sure, and that's where we're going to need congressional leadership, that is that it's instructed to be used in certain ways, because getting the stakeholders into the room together to resolve, to find the solution, as you note. But then there's all the engineering work, all the design work, all the planning. Because when we learn, you take the dams down, you can't just blow them up.
Yep.
You got to take them down little by little and let the silt come out, and then you got to sort through that issue, because that's a huge environmental impact. And you get the EPA guys in the middle of the conversation and the state ecology guys and what have you. So a lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Yep.
That make everybody happy. And last but not least, Army Corps. Oh my God.
Yep.
So anyhow, to say the obvious, it's a challenge, but we got to tee it up, and we need resources to tee it up. So if we can make this thing happen at the congressional level, then Sean knows that this is a matter of how it's pinned in the legislation, so that we can move this agenda forward.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's interesting that you mentioned the Army Corps of Engineers when you talk about who would be the lead in some of this stuff and trying to put together a plan. I wouldn't put the Army Corps there. When they came to brief me on the latest biological opinion, them and some of the other agencies, the variable flex spill, whatever, this one that's being challenged now in court, I said to him, so is this going to speed up the time it takes for a smolt to get down the river to the ocean? Because that's one of the big challenges. They said no. I said, is it going to help with salmon recovery? And they said, well, probably not. Then I said, how do you expect this biop to survive a court challenge? They said, well, we see this as a bridge. I said, a bridge to what? A bridge to a final decision. I said, what's that final decision? They said, well, we don't know yet. I said, yes, you do. You're just not willing to say it. The Army Corps is never going to support taking a dam out. Never. I was told that by a BPA administrator when they started this biological opinion. In fact, it's interesting to note the Army Corps of Engineers said in their latest biop, there's a paragraph in their work papers, I think it is, that said the best chance of salmon recovery is to remove the lower Snake River dams. And then they said, but we have neither the resources or the authority to do that, so we're not going to recommend it. Hey, if I'm filing suit against that biop, that's my line number one. Even they recognize it. But you know, it's kind of, a lot of my colleagues that are, I'm mainly talking about McMorris, Rogers, and Newhouse, and they keep saying, you know, these dams are, the fish ladders, the fish passage in these dams is the most efficient in the world. They're 95% efficient, which means you only lose 5% of them at each dam. What they don't talk about is it's not necessarily the fish passage. It's the fact that all you've got is these still water pools. And as you all know, these smolts don't swim down the river. They get flushed. In fact, they're headed upstream when they're being flushed down the river. And we've lost the current when it goes into these slack water pools. And now it takes something like 10 times as long for a smolt to get to the ocean as it used to. And that means they're more susceptible to predators, and they're more susceptible to the warm water that is going to occur. And I got to tell you, in all honesty, I think this is going to be a really ugly year for salmon when you look at the temperatures that are occurring out here. And they're already releasing, they release water from Dworshak to control the water temperature, to cool the water temperatures through these dams. They're already releasing water from Dworshak, which is earlier than they normally do by 7 or 8 weeks, something like that. So I think this is going to be an ugly year for salmon. I really do. On that positive note.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a song? Can't tell.
Oh, break it.
I'll just break it. I got a plugged ear. I can't tell if it's working. Where's the on button? Anyone? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Chad Coulter. I am a tribal member from Shoshone Bannock. I'm a fish biologist. I'm the director for the Shoshone Bannock Tribes, their Fish and Wildlife Department. Been playing this fish game for 25 years now. And I understand what it takes to get fish back. I don't have a lot more to say than what's been said here from my colleagues, my friends. They've said a lot of good words, and I'm not going to sit here and repeat them. What I would like to say is that you represent me, you represent my tribe, and I really have to say I appreciate it. And I applaud your efforts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your efforts are to get us to talk, to get us together. I can't ask for much more than that from you. Don't have anything bad to say. I appreciate it. I hope that moments like these, events like these, can show you that we support what you're doing, and we want you to continue to do it. And if you need us in any way, let us know. We'll be there. If we have to speak, we have to hold you up. Whatever we got to do, we'll be there to get you through this, to get us through this.
Thank you.
Because it's time for change. It's now.
Yep.
We don't have tomorrow. We don't have another day. We got to get it done now, and I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I need about 50,000 more constituents just like you.
Congressman, you give an open mic to tribal people, you might get out of here today. I don't know. But I do appreciate you being here today. And it's important. I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but so you're the representative that I'm going to speak to. And I'm going to speak to some things that have already been said, so I apologize. But you're talking very impassioned, and I appreciate that. And I have to be honest, I Googled you and looked up at your Wikipedia page, and a couple things stood out. One is your hair was a lot darker in the picture that pulled up, but that happens, right? I'm working on it myself.
Yeah.
The other thing is that you're a Republican, which makes sense because you're from a red state. As I was listening to you, I'm thinking Idaho doesn't have any Democrats. Maybe you do, but I don't know of that because you sound like a Democrat when you were speaking. And then as we're talking here, I'm thinking, sorry. But you're talking about maybe not getting reelected, and it's unfortunate that this gets all these things get politicized these days, right? And I'm hearing people talk. And I think Chairman Allen spoke to it. This isn't a Democratic thing. This isn't a Republican thing.
Not.
It's a human issue.
Yep.
It's not even a tribal issue or a non-tribal issue. It's a human issue.
Yep.
And when we're talking about these things, whether it's climate change, salmon, dams, what often happens is it gets politicized and people talk about the money, right? And you spoke to the billions, and you asked, is 33 billion or whatever enough? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you also spoke about your children fishing someday. And when I think about the legacy that we as leaders are leaving for our future generations, they don't give a crap that we spent billions of dollars on removing these dams when they don't have salmon anymore, right?
Yep.
What cost is that to them? How much is our society going to be paying? How many billions of dollars are we going to be paying down the road if we don't start taking action now? And so when you're talking to your colleagues there in D.C. or in the state and your friends that are ours, just remind them this isn't about politics. It's about human.
Yep.
And you talk about the legacy that we're leaving. And I'm telling you, when our salmon are extinct a couple generations from now, and our children's children are talking about the legacy that we left, and we're talking about us. You're a representative. You're going to be in the history books, right? And they're going to be talking about all these other individuals, these politicians. And we're at a point in life where we can make a difference, and this is out there. And they're going to be looking at who stood up and thought about our future generations and the life and sustainability for our future generations. And who got in the way of it and why. And they look at a price tag as a reason why they didn't or because of some politics that were going on. And that's the legacy. They're not going to be proud of their ancestors.
Yep.
And that bothers me because when I think about, I spoke earlier today about the 7 generations mindset. Our ancestors are so important to us. And upholding their legacy is so important for our children's children.
Yep.
And what I want is for my children's children to be proud of their ancestors, me, and the legacy that I left. And I think that you believe in that as well. I truly do. And we need to instill it. It sounds simple, but it's important that we say these words to these Republicans and others that are against this, the opposition. Bring them to the table and find out what are the sticking points. Why can't we get this done? And then we talk about their legacy and talk about what are they leaving? What kind of mark and what kind of selfishness are we having right now? And we're not thinking about our future. And so in closing, again, thank you so much for coming here and sitting through all this testimony and listening and paying attention. And then your very impassioned speech and very emotional. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very
absolutely.
much. Idaho is kind of a red state, but it's kind of funny. When I was first elected, we had the most Republican legislature in the nation, and we had a Democratic governor for 24 years that we could never beat. And 4 of the 7 statewide elected officials were Democrats. And 2 years before I came, our 2 congressmen were Democrats from Idaho, Larry LaRocco and Richard Stallings. So Idaho switches back and forth. Right now it's on the red state mode and will be. Yeah, it is. But you know, as partisan as you see Congress, and I'll be the first to admit it has gotten way too partisan. I keep saying that pendulum swings back and forth. I told that to a guy in the airport one day, and he says, yeah, the problem is it never stays centered long enough. And there's some truth to that. But this will come back around. I actually believe that a majority of the American people are more in the middle, left or right. But it's these way out here that get the attention. I tell people, you know, I could be on the news every night if I wanted to. All I got to do is go out and say something really stupid. And that gets you on the news. And believe me, there are enough Republicans and Democrats out there saying that stuff that I don't want to be a part of it. So my constituents say, why aren't you saying what so-and-so is saying? I say, because that's crazy. But it is, I think this partisanship will start to move back toward collaboration, because I think the American people are going to demand it. They don't like what's going on. We got like an 8% approval rating, and I'm wondering where those 8 people are. Because it is a frustrating place to work right now. But you would be surprised if you saw our conversations between individuals. When I first went to Congress 23 years ago now, I'd been in the state legislature for 14 years and been Speaker of the House for 6 years. So I kind of knew how politics worked. Politics is like anything else. It's about relationships that you build. And I said, I said to my staff, I want to meet the other members of Congress. So start calling around to offices and just set up 10, 15-minute appointments. Republican and Democrat, I don't care. I just want to go over and introduce myself. Hi, I'm Mike Simpson from Idaho. I used to be a dentist, and all this kind of stuff. Not really a political meeting or anything like that. Just kind of get to know them a little bit. Surprisingly, how hard that is to get done. And I didn't get around to every office, but between my work on committees and getting to know those members and stuff, I got to know almost all the members of Congress. That doesn't happen anymore. It used to be years ago that when you got elected to Congress, you moved to Washington. You took your family, took your kids. And because Congress only paid for trips home about 3 or 4 times a year. So you might come home for 4th of July and Christmas and Thanksgiving, something like that. But you moved your family to Washington. That meant on weekends, you went to each other's barbecues. You went and saw each other's kids playing ball, Republican and Democrat. You got to know each other. That doesn't happen anymore. Nobody moves their families to Washington, in the House anyway. And in fact, almost all of them go home every single weekend because they believe their constituents require that. That means you don't get to know other members. And, you know, you and I can disagree on something and be vehement in our opposition, but it's hard for me to call you names if I know your kids and your wife. That's where some of the incivility has come in to Congress. And somehow that's got to change. This system only works when you respect one another, when you can talk to each other, when you can disagree vehemently about an issue and still be friends. And you'd be surprised how many members of Congress, especially those that have been there for a while, understand this. And you'd be surprised at our conversations behind the scene. But what you see on TV is those 25 or 30 Democrats or 25 or 30 Republicans that are just kind of out there on the edge. And that's too bad. But the rest of us don't really want to be on TV that much. So it's kind of the way it is, but like I say, it'll change. I have full faith in this system of government, and I think it will change.
I think we have time for just one more. So, Mr. Stensgar, if you'd like to go ahead and finish up this portion of the summit for us.
Thank you. I think is this on?
Yeah, you're real close.
You can hear me? You don't want me to get closer?
Real close.
All right. And this isn't the first time I've been in front of you, Congressman. Yeah. Most time it's been with my hand out. Sometimes you gave, sometimes you didn't. But thank you. I think we've been on the stage for a long time. I think when Ron Allen had hair, but we've been out here. But
Hell, that was a long time.
That was a long time ago. I just appreciate you being here and coming from Idaho. I know, talking about breaching a dam is going to be an uphill battle, but it isn't the first time that Indian country has been in an uphill battle. All our lives have been in this fight. I look at the battles of past leaders and past wars that we've been in with the help of some congressional people, but the initiative was from Indian country itself. We had great leaders, tremendous leaders. Some of them spoke today. Some remember those leaders that spoke in the past and learned from them. And Billy Frank, we're in this country. Cal Peters, I heard somebody related to Mr. Peters, I think the chairman, walking in Cal's footsteps. They're here today. Look at the boat decision. All those things have happened because Indian country started that. So I was sitting here thinking about, how we were going to win this fight. And I heard you say, it's up to you. It's up to you. And yeah, it's up to us. It's up to us and the rest of America. But we need to begin this fight. And we have an organization, affiliated tribes of Northwest Indians. And I think we ought to begin this initiative right away. Leonard's sitting up here as our president. I think we have chairmen in our audience that can start this. Let's start putting this together and continuing the dialogue. We need to meet the private groups. We need to meet the ag people. We have spokesmen that can talk to them, present our view in a good way, in a diplomatic voice, in a way that makes sense for all of us, for all of America. I had occasion last summer to go up the Snake and on a jet boat, and it was so beautiful. Seeing the mountain goats come down to the water to drink. We were fishing for sturgeon. We didn't catch any. Caught some bass, but I was wondering about looking at the water, wondering about the salmon coming up there, and we talked about it. I was with Chief Allen, chairman for the Coeur Tribe, and It was just a beautiful run. Idaho is a beautiful state as the Northwest. And I say that all the time. When I crossed Indian country, I'd always talk about the Northwest, the mountains, the beautiful rivers, access to the ocean. Everything that was said today, I think somebody brought up huckleberries in our mountains, how important that is to us as Indian people. But now when we go out picking with my family, I see a lot of non-Indians out there picking. Same way with salmon fishing, sportsmen, all that, it's important to us. I think with the leadership that we have in Indian country, we begin this nucleus, Leonard, and we take this to NCAI, we make it a national issue, but we start right here. Along with you, and maybe you can direct us in some cases, maybe we can direct you. I just, on behalf of my tribe and probably the rest of Indian country sitting in here today, we want to thank you for presenting today and talking to us in a good way. You always had my support, and you'll continue to have my support, and I wish you well. God bless you.
Well, thank you so much for everybody's participation. This is exactly what we wanted to do when we started planning this. This is the whole goal and point of coming together and being able to have this open dialogue and communicate with one another and share our pieces, our stories of our tribes and our cultures and our upbringing. And this is so critical. This is what people need to hear. And that's exactly what Simpson has been talking about. As I mentioned earlier, when I had heard something big was coming, and then come February, and here we go, we hit the ground running, and Vice Chair Wheeler, he's really hit the pavement going from tribe to tribe and really trying to make his way around, and then meeting Simpson and talking to folks. And I said, if this doesn't go through right now, these two are going to go to their graves making it happen. Very positive of that. So we're going to move forward. That said, we're just going to go ahead and wrap up. But a couple of things I just wanted to mention to you all tonight. First of all, we have Linda Mapes here, who is a reporter with the Seattle Times, and she recently published a book, and it's called Orca, Shared Waters, Shared Home. It's a wonderful piece. We invited her here to share it. It is out front in the lobby. I encourage you to take a look at it. If you'd like to purchase a copy, I think that's an option as well. Secondly, we are having a social hour tonight. We will have hors d'oeuvres and beverages. Your first two are on Vice Chairman Wheeler, so take advantage of that. I'm not joking. Come get your 2 drinks. So please join us. If you go to the hotel lobby, there's a conference room. There should be signage up, so I hope to see you there. And with that, I would like to ask Nez Perce Tribe Chairman Samuel Penny to come forward and provide us with some closing comments.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank all of you for being here today, taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us here today. Congressman Simpson, Senator Murray, and Senator Crapo's staff, as well as others that are joining by Zoom. And also, I'd like to thank Squaxin Island Tribe Chairman Peters for their hospitality. And also, I'd like to thank our drummers that were here this morning. That's always a great way to open up any of our meetings that we have as tribes. But I wanted to share with you just quickly a couple of comments that I made recently. So I served on the Nez Perce Tribal Executive Committee for just in my 10th 3-year term. But I just wanted to share this one statement for you because it's something that Congressman Simpson mentioned as well. So I first served on the Nez Perce Tribal Executive Committee in 1989. So I've witnessed over 30 years of nearly continuous litigation over the United States failing to live up to its statutory obligations under laws like the Endangered Species Act and the National Environmental Policy Act, and not upholding their treaty responsibilities. Now, I often thought, when we were talking earlier about the congressional representatives, both in the Senate and the House, like, the dams are in my district, it's not, why are you talking about this? It's not just, so I think for tribes, and I speak on behalf of the Nez Perce tribe, and I'll share a story with Congressman Simpson. I don't know if you remember this, but I went to visit. We only have 2 districts in Idaho, 1st District and 2nd District. And I invited him up to Nez Perce tribe, and his response was, well, that's not my district, and I probably shouldn't go up there. So my response was, and I think this applies to all those in the Senate and the House, no matter where you're from, no matter if you have Native Americans in your district or reservations, you still have a trust responsibility to Indian tribes, no matter if you don't have them Native Americans in your district. So the point is that when they vote on things that affect all of us directly. So my message to the United States Congress is that you need to uphold your trust responsibility to Indian tribes and save the salmon in the Northwest and the orca. But I wanted to share with you, I've been writing down notes all this morning, but I just want to share with some of the things that were stated today from different tribal leaders, and I think they all have a similar tone, and I'll just read some of them. Once it talked about sustenance, the food and nourishment of the salmon for the tribes. One spoke, we have to speak for the animals. Another said we need bold actions now. Another speaker said, relegated to getting fish from the back of a truck. I shared a story just recently. We had a former councilwoman on our council, and this has been several years ago. She come up to me and she told me, she says, it makes my heart sick when I see a tribal member standing out in a parking lot with a garbage bag waiting to get one fish, is what she said. And then another speaker talked about water is the lifeblood of our existence. We had another speaker say, salmon are who we are, and we need to find balance for a way of life. Another speaker said we need to restore salmon to the upper Columbia Basin. We had a speaker talk about we're here to fight for what I believe in. We all need to stick together. And Vice Chairman Wheeler talked about, speak the truth, and you need to take action now. And then Congressman Simpson said several things very interesting to me. He said, time for taking action is now. He said, we're going to have to change the way what we were doing. And then he talked a little bit about collaboratives, and the time for talking is over. So what that reminded me of, clear back in 1879, after the Nez Perce War of 1877, Chief Joseph finally had a chance to go back to Washington, D.C. on January 14th, 1879. He spoke at Lincoln Hall to a number of dignitaries. But hearing all the tribes speak and sharing their stories, it made me think of some of the things that Chief Joseph was talking about. He went back to talk about all the injustices that happened to, in this case, the Nez Perce tribe, but I think it applies to many tribes across this country. But I just want to share that few excerpts from that speech. And here's what he said, Chief Joseph in 1879. At last I was granted permission to come to Washington and bring my friend Yellow Bull and our interpreter with me. I'm glad I came. I've shaken hands with a good many friends, but there are some things I want to know no one can seem to explain. He says, I cannot understand how the government sends a man out to fight us as it did General Miles and then breaks his word. Such a government has something wrong about it. And then he went on to say, he says, they all say they are my friends and that I shall have justice, but while all their mouths talk right, I do not understand why nothing is done for my people. I have heard talk and talk, but nothing is done. And I think I heard that same from several speakers today, that we talked a little bit about collaboration. Time for collaboration is over. And I think when I thought about this, I think that's kind of what Chief Joseph was talking about. You know, we've heard talk and talk, but nothing is done. And then he went on to say, good words do not last long until they amount to something. And Vice Chairman Wheeler mentioned something about that in his presentation. And when I thought about that, just that one sentence, to me what it means, including myself, is that, you know, we can all say good things and intend good things, but unless they actually happen, they're meaningless. And I think that's what Chief Joseph was talking about. So we've heard a lot of great dialogue. As Congressman said, time for collaboration is over. It's time for action, is what I believe Chief Joseph meant many, many years ago. And then he concluded part of his speech. He said, I am tired of talk that comes to nothing. It makes my heart sick when I remember all the good words and all the broken promises. So I think, you know, just reading those words and applying it even to this day, I think it sums up what we're trying to do here today and tomorrow, that it is time for action. And, you know, we look forward to the tomorrow and the future to make sure this happens, because, as someone said, we don't want extinction to happen on our watch. And as tribes, you know, we've always come together when there's an issue that we all have a common interest in, that we do come together and we stick together. And this is one of those issues that we need to make sure that we fulfill for future generations. I was asked a question earlier about, you know, is this the only time tribes really come together on issues like this? And I said, well, no, not necessarily. You know, we have health issues that we talk about. You know, we had Indian child welfare issues that we talk about. There's just a number of issues that tribes across this nation have a common interest in. And we've always been resilient and be able to come together and make sure that those things are addressed. But I want to again thank all of you for taking the time to be here. Thank you, Congressman Simpson, the Senate staff here, and those joining by Zoom. We really appreciate you taking the time to start this dialogue. And as the Congressman said, you know, if we don't get the funding in the infrastructure bill, it's not over. We'll still continue to make sure that we fight for the survival of the salmon and the orca in the Northwest. Katsiaya, thank you.